Hello, my friends. Welcome to the very first Looking for More Network Streamer Showdown Draft Edition. My name is Hayu, and I'm here with the notable limited streamer Travis Sowers. Travis, how are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. Glad to be here and excited to be casting a limited tournament. I hope there's lots more of these.
I 100% agree with you. We do not have enough limited events in this community, and so we are very, very excited to be bringing you this one, the first limited streamer showdown on this network. And before we get started, we do have to thank some very important people. First of all, Jana Amari for organizing this whole event. The amount of work that Jana has put into this event behind the scenes is insane. And, a lot of our viewers won't even get to see most of it, but she has really been the driving force behind this event. And we also have to thank the LFM network as well as Degrees of Manners for providing the sponsorship for today. And Travis, our 8 drafters fighting for an $800 prize pool. That's not too shabby.
No, not at all. And I'm excited at the list of participants we have here. I was looking through trying to pick like who's my favorite, who am I betting on and rooting for this, and like it's a tough decision. We've got a solid lineup today.
We do indeed. And, our lineup today features not only some of the biggest names in the streamer community, but just in Magic in general right now. Let's just go down the list. First of all, and he's going to be our featured drafter a little bit later on, Hall of Famer Ben Stark, widely known as one of the best limited players perhaps of all time.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to argue that he's not like the top bet, the safe bet for the person to take the win home here, but he does have some stiff competition. Very excited to get to watch his draft, comment the picks, and kind of see what sort of show he can put on for us today.
Absolutely, and going down the list, Voxy, another huge name in the limited community, huge streamer, of course, and known for having a little bit of a foul mouth, but we'll see whether draft picks pan out very nicely today.
Yet I can already see the chat beginning to root for Voxy because she has such fun energy. So yeah, there's going to be some people pulling for her as well.
And well, I mean, talking about fans of streamers, we also have Amy Amazonian. And if you're talking about energy, Travis, let me tell you, nobody is as enthusiastic as Amazonian is.
True, and she's also kind of our wild card here. I've had Amy on stream before to do a few drafts, and she tends to love to go. I mean, she describes herself as a lover of jank. If anybody is going to bring a brew to this tournament, it's going to be Amy. So I'm very interested in seeing what she's able to do here as well.
Yeah, Zendikar Rising, an interesting format. We'll see whether Amy can actually, find a route towards jank in this particular format, because we'll talk a little bit about it later, but it might not be the easiest format to do it in. And somebody who is going to be an expert in that is our next drafter, who is Lord Tupperware, Ethan Sachs of Lords of Limited fame.
Yeah, Ethan's fantastic. We used to do set reviews together. We've commented tournaments before together. This is another player to watch out for. Very good at limited, thinks about limited a lot, plays limited a lot, talks about limited a lot. So I'm excited to get to catch some of his games as well.
And I do have to admit, Travis, that before we came on today, I did listen to the Lords of Limited 50 Hot Takes on Zendikar Rising episode just before we went live today. So let's see. It's interesting because this event comes right at the end of this draft format, and we'll get to see what all of our streamers have learned over the course of the last few months. Our next feature player today, Jamie Tuffles, and Jamie I know is also a limited enthusiast.
She is, and she's one of the hardest working streamers in Twitch as far as I'm concerned. She's always streaming, always producing quality content, and it's just a lovely person to get to interact with. Jamie is very good people, and another one to keep an eye on is someone that could easily take down this tournament.
100%. And Jamie has some of the best facial expressions, I would say, of any streamer out there. Every time I watch her stream, she's just always reacting, always, shocked, surprised, anxious, laughing, and I just love the variety of emotions that she brings to the stream. Next drafter along, Floopy Minks, a little bit of a newer face in the MTG scene, but definitely has started making a mark for herself.
Yeah, it's looking like she just kind of got started with this game about a year and a half ago and is mostly into limited. So this is kind of another wild card, and we kind of get to see the battle of people who have been entrenched in playing Magic for nearly 20 years versus people who are just getting started now, and sort of see how that give and take battle goes back and forth. Another one to watch out for.
And I don't want to play too heavily into the whole paper boomer arena zoomer dynamic, but definitely today we're going to see a little bit of the battle of the eras. And talking of that, somebody who's maybe a bit of a Magic millennial, Legend VD, really built up an audience for himself in the past couple of years.
Yeah, it came in with a bang and has done really well as far as limited is concerned. And this probably is the best example of that, like the boomer versus zoomer mentality. I'm a bit of a member of the old guard myself, but these new strategies that are focusing more on synergy than individual card power, like that's something we can look out for here as well. And I would expect Legend would be able to show us some of that.
Absolutely. As for myself, Travis, I'm definitely fall squarely in the millennial category. Like I started about 2 or 3 years before Arena, so I'm like kind of recent, but also definitely started in the paper world for sure. And our last feature drafter, a huge member of the community, and she actually ran a community draft tournament herself a few months ago, which I had the pleasure of commentating on. Mythic Michaela.
Michaela's awesome. I've had the pleasure of getting to work with her in the past as well. We did a backdraft on stream and she joined in and we had a lot of fun. She's got some accolades to her name. This is somebody like, again, I keep saying everybody is somebody to watch out for that could take this thing down, but I think that's the point. We're having a competitive limited event and any of them could win this. So very happy to see Michaela here.
Yeah, absolutely. Michaela played in 2 Mythic Championships, has 2 GP top 64s, and she definitely keeps up her stream and is also a member of the cosplay community, which is very impressive as well. So I am super excited, Travis, about today's event. Like we said earlier, we're going to have a feature draft in the form of watching Ben Stark's picks, Hall of Famer Ben Stark. And then after that, actually, the players are going to be playing double elimination today. So unlike a traditional draft, unlike when you go down to your FNM, players are going to get, there's going to be a second chance if they maybe fall short in their first round. And that's just so that we can bring a little bit more magic to you today and, make sure that our streamers who are also streaming this event on their own channels get to play a little bit more with their decks than they might normally do.
It also helps eliminate variance as you're going through a tournament like this. Like we're also playing best of 3, double elimination. I believe that means that the best drafter with the best deck is likely to bring the trophy home today.
All right. So looks like our drafters are ready. So Travis, shall we watch some magic?
Yeah, let's get in there.
All right, let's go down and watch Ben Stark. There he is. Making sure to stay hydrated before the draft gets going. And let's have a look at these potential first picks here for Ben Stark. Wow, Phylath World Sculptor, pack 1, pick 1. What do you think about that?
I'm windmill slamming it. Like I'm looking at the rest of the pack, thinking about what we might be able to wheel, what colors we're going to put other people in, but that is an incredibly powerful card. I don't think there's anything competing with it here. It's worth noting the Royal Eruption is a pretty good removal spell. We're not going to see that back. The Infiltrator might put somebody into Rogues. That's a pretty solid card there, but this seems like an easy Phylath.
Honestly, this just seems like the ideal first pick, Travis. Whenever I start a draft and there's just this huge, powerful, bomb first pick, I'm like, done. Let's go.
Phylath is even better than traditional bombs because as it's green, red, you can sort of splash the red if you need to and have the flexibility to play this in really any color pair that pairs with green.
All right, and Ben Stark does take that Phylath World Sculptor. And let's have a look at the second pick here. Ooh, Tangled Florahedron. What do you think of a card like that?
I love this card. Chat makes fun of me a bit because I kind of go crazy about the Florahedrons, but I love this card, especially with him first picking Phylath and now being able to take this and essentially cut off green entirely. I think he set himself up pretty well. The only thing that's really competing with it, in my opinion, would be something like the Shadow Stinger, potentially the Geyser Mage. But like having first pick the Phylath, we don't even need to talk about those, I think.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, Travis, what else you liked in this pack, but this is full of cards that aren't that relevant to Phylath, except for this very cute Tangled Florahedron. Definitely up there for cutest art in the set. Maybe Canyon Jerboa also in the running for that particular accolade. Moving on to pack number 3. As for green cards, we see Rabid Bite, Nissa Zendikon, and the Snare Caster there. But what would you be looking at here, Travis?
I mean, on its own, I think you can make an argument that Deadly Alliance is a better removal spell than Rabid Bite. I also think you could make an argument that the Anointed Healer is kind of the most important piece in a cleric's deck if you can get one. But again, given the start that he's had with Phylath into Florahedron, I think I'm just going to grab the Rabid Bite here and try to stay green as long as I possibly can. If red happens to open up with that, that'd be awesome. We're not really passing much good red. If it doesn't, we can just splash the Phylath and move along. So I'd be a bit surprised if he doesn't take the bite here.
It looks like Ben agrees with you. I have to say, though, that Attendant Healer, I have lost to that card many times.
It's a very powerful Magic card. It can really get some nonsense going.
All right, moving on to pack number 4. The green card's drying up a little bit here. Just this Kazandu Nectar Pot.
Yeah, which we could take to potentially cut it. The most objectively powerful card here is probably the Felidar, which I don't think we're really wanting to get into. I wouldn't hate taking a green card here just to cut it. So I anticipate that's what he'll do here. And it's really pick 5 where you really start to see what's actually open. It looks like he's going to go with the most powerful card and could get into a Naya Landfall deck from here potentially.
Ben Stark, of course, very well known for his advocating of drafting the hard way, staying open, and I'm sure many drafters, such as yourself and many of our viewers, subscribe to that view as well. This is a nice one, Gnarlid Colony, pack 5.
It's that or the Warrior, and I kind of wonder if he might be considering that Warrior a little more. I really like Gnarlid Colony, and I'd love to have a deck that has 4 of them in it. The Warrior at Uncommon is a landfall trigger. It's potentially a way to splash red. If you're flooded out, it's a 4/5 with trample. Like that seems like the pick to me, but I could respect the Colony here.
So Travis, what do you think about, now that we're at the end of this format, these modal double face cards like this Akun Warrior, do you think people are underrating them a little bit or maybe overrating them? What's your view on that?
I think people have probably come to eventually rate them about where they should be. When the format initially launched, there was a group of people that were overrating them. I was in that group and I was picking all of them. And there was a second group that was underrating them and passing them all to me. And I kind of discovered over time that you generally will want, 3 or 4 if you can get them and they're the good ones, but you can't pick them over solid removal spells or threats. They're very nice to have in the decks, but you don't have to go crazy for them. So those initial drafts where I'd get 10 of them and lose and not really understand why have eventually transitioned to drafts where I'll get 2 to 4 and be pretty happy. That Rabid Bite was another solid pickup for him, and he is getting huge signals that green is just very, very open.
It does definitely seems to be the color that's flowing the most towards him. Interesting that he took that Rabid Bite over a card like the Pyroclastic Hellion, which many people value a lot, especially when you have a couple of modal double face cards already.
They are, but there's other ways he could get that in green through the Nissa Zendikon that I'd probably take here, although I can respect the Duelist I don't understand, but he's got a plan. We'll see where he's going. But you can do that with the Duelist. There's also a 6/5 that returns 2 lands. And if he's Naya, he could even play the birds. So like he's got other options for that.
So the later section of pack 1 here, we're seeing a couple of remnants here. Expedition Skulker, that's a nice one in the Rogues deck, but for Ben, there isn't a lot going on in this particular pack.
Not really. I don't hate Snarecaster. I haven't been that happy with Adventure Awaits, but I've played it. I could even see a smite for the sideboard, but we're seeing the wheels now, and this pack has a little bit better stuff here. To no one's surprise, Golgari looks open, but the Resolute Survivor is pretty dang good in any green deck.
You got a feel for Golgari. I feel like there's just an above average number of sets where Golgari just ends up being the butt of the joke.
That's kind of been the case in my experience here, and I think it's pretty obviously like the worst deck in Zendikar Rising. But if it's the worst deck and people aren't fighting over it, you can quite often get a good version of it.
So Ben picks up that Dauntless Survivor, a nice 2-drop to start the curve off. And then these cards picks up a Disenchant potentially for the sideboard here.
Yeah, I think he's convinced right now that he's green. We're at least splashing the Phylath off of the Warrior, and we'll see where the rest of this goes. Cleansing Wildfire can be very interesting with Phylath, so I like this plan too.
Oh, jeez. I had not even thought about Cleansing Wildfire as a Phylath enabler. I was just thinking, wow, what lands is he trying to blow up? But,
it's also a little protection if your opponent has like a Crawling Barrens or something like that. So I've played that card a lot more often than I thought I would when I initially read the spoiler.
Wayward Guide Beast. Possibly one of the least playable 1-drops we've seen for a while.
Fair, and that's saying something, but I mean, there's a possibility he just needs some blockers, which I wouldn't hate having access to it there.
All right, let's have a look now at pack 2. What does this have in store for Ben Stark? The rare in this pack, Hagra Mauling, the very powerful MDFC with that removal spell, Bloodchief's Thirst as well. So a really nice pack for black, but for Ben, there is a Vine Gecko and a few red cards, but nothing that looks particularly ghoulish.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like the Gomafata Vanguard is almost as good in play as it is fun to say, and you end up with a decent amount of warriors when you play Gruul. So I wouldn't hate that if we want to commit. If we want to stay open, we could take the Gecko. We don't really have any kicker spells, but we might find some. And if you want to go nuts, you could take one of the black removal spells. But I expect Ben's just going to, yeah, he's going with the Gecko. Let's stick to green and see what the next pack brings.
Yeah, difficult to splash those black removal spells as well, since they require double black. Oh, rewarded? Question mark.
Yeah, I think it's likely that he is one of a few players in green, and we'll probably see more. There's an argument about whether this Mammoth is actually better than the Arbor Mage. I think that it is, but if there's any possibility that he could wield that Arbor Mage or see another one, he could be in a very good position. Like that lure effect on a 2/3 body, super flexible, super good. So I think this is a good sign. Honestly, if I'm Ben, I'm asking, can I just take this pack?
Yeah, there's a lot of different choices here. There's that Synchronized Spellcraft hiding out as well. Canopy Baloth, one of the better landfall creatures. We have the Teetapak Ambusher as well, a decent 2-drop in red. So Ben's going to snap off that Kazandu Mammoth, but really we'll see what the wheel brings for him with that pack, because there were a lot of treats.
It's still worth noting that, well, now he's not. We're probably going to be interested in being red, but he doesn't have to be playing red as his second color to get the Phylath in this deck. This pack, I think, comes down to another Rabid Bite, a Gnarlrid Colony, which is handy and would be his first kicker card to go with the Gecko. And then we've also got the Fury dual-faced card, which is just a fling on a land. These are all solid picks.
I know for sure that the Lords of Limited boys value that Kazil's Fury very highly. But let's see what Ben wants for this deck here. You know, it's difficult, I think, to turn down that Gnarlid Colony if it were me. The kicker, the fact that it's good early, good late, and, you know, goes with that Gecko as well.
It's everything I want in a 2-drop.
All right. And looks like, you know, you got to hand it to Ben. It looks like he's definitely plonked himself down in the exact right colors. Here's another Rabid Bite. And he's already passed on a Rabid Bite. So this is like the 4th Rabid Bite he's seen.
There's a group that seems to think that green is so bad that you should avoid it here. And we have seen that in Zendikar packs in the past, but it's just not the case here. I don't think green is one of the stronger colors, but if it's this open, You can really make it look good.
Yeah, Ben's doing a great job of making it look very nice indeed. Ooh, Umara Mystic is still in the pack. That's kind of a late showing for the is it uncommon. Obviously not what Ben's looking for.
I think so. It means that blue red may be open, but we already know that red kind of is adjacent. He's getting cut a little bit though here. He may still need to be thinking about, are we playing white and splashing the Phylath off of the warrior? We could see him not even bother making a commitment to his second color until pack 3.
Wow. And that's the value of drafting in the way that Ben does, just staying open and making sure you can make full use of whatever comes your way, whatever resources come your way. More gold uncommons in the pack still. Low Mage is familiar hiding out there. In Ben's colors, though, just Cassandra, Nectarpot, and Titapak Ambusher. What do you like here?
I'd probably be looking at the familiar at this point and considering maybe we want to get into green blue, especially when there's the field research still here. Like, it's time for us to consider that. We can sort of use cards like field research as fixing. If you think about it, drawing cards is mostly fixing, right?
I mean, I know that a certain limited resources co-host definitely thinks that divination is fixing, but I mean, I'm with you there, Travis. I'm all for drawing cards, all for being greedy. That Skyclave pickaxe, one of the less used equipments in this set, and there are quite a few powerful equipments available.
Yeah, the thing you have to remember about Skyclave Pickaxe is you can put as many basic lands in your deck as you want. He's going for Marasa here. I really like that, and I wasn't considering it, but if there's a possibility he gets in blue-green, it'd be nice to have the extra card. So I think that was a solid pick.
And Might of Marasa has definitely caught me out on several occasions. It just adds so much power and toughness. It's like, honestly, it's too much sometimes. Spring Mantle Cleric still in the pack here, as well as that Kazandu Stomper. Kazandu Stomper people were really into this card about a month or so ago, I feel, Travis.
Yeah, and I was underrating it too. Like, people got into it a little bit too late. It's just good in landfall decks. I like a Broken Wings, and I like one main deck. I've been pretty happy playing this main. There's annoying enchantments. There's flyers in most of the colors. It's really only dead against a Gruul deck. So I'll be interested to see if he plays that main. That Arbor Mage, look at this. These are all cards that he wants, and all of them came back.
This wheel is just a smorgasbord of delights here for Stark. Taunting Arbor Mage still in the pack. Brushfire Elemental, Canopy Baloth. Oh my gosh. I know you're a fan of the Arbor Mage, Travis, and
even the Blight Blade, I have trouble saying that card. Blight Blade is very good, especially when you're packing this many Rabid Bites. And it plays nicely with the Arbor Mage. So I would expect to see him looking to get one of those in the next pack. But yeah, I think green's open.
maybe just a little bit. Ben Stark picking up the second copy of Dauntless Zine Raptor to round out these picks. Seems like white, maybe a little bit underdrafted at this table as well. And Travis, what are you reading about the table from the signals that Ben's getting?
What I'm reading about the table is wow, okay, that's
Oh.
fun. Players are fighting over energy decks, and what's getting through to Ben are just powerful cards in green that are good on. See a deck here that, although sure you could call it a landfall deck, we're going to be playing some Scythe Cats. We'll probably have a few more landfall creatures like this Cute Swarm. What he's looking for is just powerful, strong cards, and you can see that. As a representative of the old guard, I feel it's necessary to point out that you get a deck like this by staying open and not forcing your first, second, or third pick.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about whether this particular draft format really rewards discipline, whether it rewards, the being, railroading yourself almost into specific archetypes. You have your party tribal, you have your individual tribes as well, your clerics, your rogues, etc. But Ben Stark has really pulled together a very impressive looking deck, and wow, Needle Verge Pathway as well, potentially to enable a white splash. Just by staying open and really picking the exact most powerful cards that he wants in his build of deck.
Yeah, I think a lot of those archetypes, as you mentioned, require a certain build around card to really function. Like if you get your wizard deck going and you don't have a relic amulet, do you really have a deck? Whereas this is just solid like landfall beaters. In currently, I think we're moving right into Gruul yet, and he's making the adjustment here. Like there's synergy here, and that we've got creature hands, and that's the only synergy we're looking for.
Yeah, that Skyclave GOP, the 3-mana 3/1 with Trample and Landfall, that really putting Ben solidly into Gruul. And as you say, it's really taken until early pack 3 for him to decide that Spikefield Hazard looks like it's going to be the pick over the 5-drop here.
I think that Giant Cleric deserves a little more respect than it gets these days. I usually like having one of those in my green decks. Like it's just a solid body. It comes down a little bit later than you might like, but the life gain makes up for that. I still think he made the right pick here, but just noting that that's a card that I like.
I agree with you, Travis. Sometimes you're playing an aggro deck, say you're playing Boros Warriors or whatever it is, and you get your opponent within reach, and then they just play this turn-taker aesthetic, and suddenly it feels like the race is just going the other way. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. Ardent Electric, usually a very nice card in red, but they're not really on that party synergy plan. There is a Kazandu Stomper in this particular pack.
There's a Stomper and there's the Zendikon. There's also some decent black cards here, Golgari memes. But I think at this point I'm getting a little, either we need to take the Stomper for the main deck or we need to consider the Zendikon for a little bit of flyer defense. Since we already have a copy of Broken Wings, I think I respect the Stomper pick. Let's go ahead and pick up this to re-enable landfall for the 4 or 5 solid landfall creatures now. So I think I'm actively interested in the Stomper rather than just something I could play.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Hellion in this pack as well as a Roiling Regrowth. One of the few landfall enabling spells in this particular set. I think a lot of people were surprised that landfall wasn't more supported by the designers.
Yeah, and Evolving Wilds would have been gross in this set, but he can't click this fast enough because this is not only a ramp spell in this deck, which is certainly useful, it's also a combat trick. If you're ever able to attack with a landfall creature and then play this afterwards, you're getting 2 triggers on the stack. Presumably, you also played a land. So this is going really well. He's thinking about now whether he wants the white splash or just the good old dependable Canopy Baloth. And I think at this point we need the Baloth to hit playables.
I'm a big fan of the Canopy Baloth. It's just so solid. It's just, what more could you want?
My favorite Magic card is Borderland Minotaur, so one that's even better than that, you don't have to try real hard to persuade me.
And besides, Canterbury Baloth, for me, does a pretty good job of the... oh my goodness, is that Yashan?
Yeah, the Pig Club is represented today, and it's such an awkward splash. You're splashing bite and then use it to get an extra planes. I doubt he wants it. He may just want another bite here.
What seems so... Yashan is just such a beta. 4 mana, 4/4, and it draws 2 cards, essentially. But, yeah, Ben Stark being very disciplined, going, 4 rabbits is where I want to be. And here's another Spring Mantle Cleric. It's potentially for the end of his curve if he wants it.
Yeah, I like the Spring Mantle when you're splashing a little bit more and we can get it a bit larger. Where we are now, I think I can respect just taking another Wildfire. I would like to have one of those Blight Blades in this deck to combo with the Rabid Bites, but his creatures may get so big that it kind of doesn't matter that they don't have the Death Touch.
Yeah, that Kazandu Mammoth, the Scythe Cats, the Baloth, those are all pretty chunky boys, as saying these days. And definitely do some rabid biting by themselves. Akoum Hellhound, this card has been pretty controversial, I have to say, in this draft format.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly good, although if you're going on the play, I don't hate bringing one in. It's worth noting that a lot of the cards that are in this deck do not block well on their own, and that without the Blight Blades, you won't be able to use Rabid Bite as an early removal spell. So this is a deck that really wants to get early board presence out quickly and then begin attacking and not stop. If Ben's deck ever gets to the point where he has to block, he could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you don't really want to be blocking with your cards like your Scythe Cats and your Scoot Swarms and the such.
That said, I think he's in a very good
Scoot-
position here.
Yeah, I mean, this deck looks really sweet. Ben just rounding out the last couple of picks here does pick up that Nissa Zendikon for the sideboard that you were talking about, Travis. So nice defensive card against maybe some of the Flyers decks out there.
There's flyers in a lot of colors, and I like having some flyer defense. There's the 3/3 lifelinking bat in black. Blue is just full of flying wizards. So one of the things that this deck can be a little scared of is seeing like a 0/5 wall and a 4/4 flyer, and all of a sudden that can be a little difficult for you to interact with. But that was a masterclass on drafting staying open. Let's find one open color, stick to it, and pair it with whatever we happen to find. And this looks like a solid deck to me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Travis, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are you scoring Ben's draft deck today?
I think you should score it based on how well did the player draft the seat that they were in. And I would say that was a 10 out of 10 for me. Like that looked beautiful to me. Staying open, staying disciplined, finding exactly the cards you need to support the bombs that you've opened, determining that green is open and we should be playing green. And I liked the idea that he wasn't afraid to branch out and be prepared to play green-white landfall and splash the Phylath. That's kind of the decision he was making when he picked that Prowling Felidar. And that's another deck that people think traditionally is not very good in this format. And I agree with them, it's not. But if it's very open and you're going to get the best version of it, you can get a lot of wins with it. So yeah, I would give this a 10 out of 10. This was a really good draft.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass. You can definitely tell why he is one of the best in the business in this format. And I was, like you say, Travis, very impressed with the way that he stayed open. Ultimately did end up in the colors of his first pick, but, those colors were open and he made the best of every single pick. And you could see him considering all these different lanes that he could go into and ultimately ending up with a very powerful looking Gruul deck. And if you, my friends, are fans of Ben Stark, as apparently Travis and I are, well, I have got a treat for you because Ben is going to be our first featured match player as well. So we are going to be able to see this awesome Gruul deck in action after a short break. And we are going to go away for a little minute before coming back. So stick with us. And before that, a word from our sponsor.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have we go?
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the...
And we're back.
Well, back coverage of the Looking for More Network very first draft streamer showdown. I know there's been a constructed one before this, but we are bringing you the very first limited one, and doing a huge service to, I'm sure, the entire limited community, because there just are not enough competitive limited tournaments these days, Travis.
I agree. Draft is my favorite way to play the game. I think limited is. I think it's the best way to play the game and one of the more skill testing ones. There's a lot of like work and things that you can do to be very good at constructed, but that build your deck on the fly and get a varied play experience is something that I'm very passionate about, love sharing with people, and I'm excited to see it highlighted here today.
Yeah, me too, Travis. Limited it was my first format in Magic. It will always be my true love. I debuted my first ever GP in Limited, so great memories of opening Huatli and getting there in Ixalan. I absolutely love Limited, and there have been a few community events like this one. There's been streamer showdowns. I know Mythic Michaela, who's one of our streamers today, she actually put on a community draft tournament a few months ago. So there are a few efforts here and there, but and on behalf of really everybody in the Limit community, Wizards, please bring back competitive limited at the top levels, because it is one of the certainly our favorite format, and also it just really highlights how much work goes into each set of Magic. When we watch constructed all the time, we don't necessarily see how much effort play design and R&D really put into all the commons or the uncommons in every set, and they do a really good job of putting out set after set of interesting draft formats, and it would be really great to have that highlighted more.
And you get to play with the cards.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's my spiel over. I just wanted to make a quick plea for more limited events. And let's have a talk about this particular format, Zendikar Rising. We're at the end of the format now, Travis. How would you say this format has evolved over the last few months?
Well, I think it initially started with people kind of going nuts about I eventually settled on calling them splans for spell lands, but modal dual-faced cards that are also lands and spells. It's just a mouthful. But I remember initially we were having like these equations about how many should you run in a deck, how many lands should you play. And initially we thought, I think the limited community at large thought that this would be a very low variance format as we looked at things. And we thought that it was going to be kind of slow, and we'd have these spell lands and there would be a lot of interesting decisions. And while all of that is true and that there's still interesting decisions to be made, the red-white deck and some of these landfall decks said, no, this is not going to be as slow as you think. And then the Wizards deck and the Cleric deck said, and don't discount synergy either. The Cleric deck kind of ticks on two commons, a 1/4 and a 3/2 that you can pick up pretty easily, and the enablers aren't that hard to find. And then the Wizards deck doesn't really need anything other than a Relic Amulet, which is an uncommon to get going. And we haven't even mentioned rogues yet and crabs. So all of a sudden, milling your opponent out or just milling them for value to get to that kind of threshold of value begins to become a real strategy here too. So I think initially looking at power level, I thought we had a slow format with very low variance. But then when those synergies came in and you start to really see what they do together, we've got a powerful format, and it's one that I've enjoyed quite a bit. I don't know that this goes down as best limited format ever for a lot of players, but it's certainly a very good one.
You talk a lot about these tribal synergies, and I think one interesting thing that a lot of people are saying about this format is that, you can go down the rogues route, you can go down the clerics route, and there are these extremely powerful tribal decks, but there's like a failsafe, right? Like if you go down blue-black rogues and you don't quite get there, you can kind of just put some party synergies in, maybe get a Stonework Pack Beast and get a Deadly Alliance, and suddenly your backup plan is to try and do the party thing.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice release valve, like we've seen in tribal sets previously, whether you look at Innistrad or Ixalan, where you could end up drafting a tribe, not really have a reason to be doing it other than those that were the cards you were getting past, and you never get that payoff, and the deck's just kind of mediocre. Whereas those party cards, rather than like intentionally trying to build around them, getting them and picking them up and just sliding them into a deck gives you a reason to be playing all these different creatures. So I do think that was a good thing that was done in design.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that, if I try to draft a party deck, it doesn't really end up as anything. But if you try to draft a wizard's deck, or if you try to draft a cleric's deck and then you somehow don't get there, sometimes some of those synergies can really help you out for sure. Yeah, so you were talking about this being more of a high variance format than necessarily thought before with those mode or double face cards, and I wonder if the party synergies have something to do with that, because sometimes you're going to get a draw that goes turn 1 rogue, turn 2 warrior, turn 3 cleric, bam. And
Yeah,
sometimes you're not.
whether you want to call those the god draws or like the best openings, we've seen that in party decks with the Minotaur, and like just frankly, no one is going to be likely to be able to compete with that in limited. Like a 5/4 haster on turn 3, I think we've seen before. Like that's not realistic to expect somebody to interact with, and that's kind of what I meant by the higher variance with those party cards. You can also be sitting on the other side, stuck on 4 lands, all of your creatures are being killed, and you've got this deadly alliance to kill their big threat, but you just can't cast it. So that's sort of what I meant by the variance being a little higher here, as compared to sets in the past that may have had very good cards, but also had some sort of outlet like cycling to enable you to dig for the spells or the lands that you needed. And I think a lot of us thought that those splans were going to fill the role, and they really didn't. They just kind of ended up being a better top deck late game. The game just doesn't actually go that late.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see as we go through today's tournament, how that tension between these very synergistic draws, or just, the kind of power draws, as you will, play out. And, I think some of these, does it also affect the gameplay in terms of attacking and blocking? Our players sat there thinking, oh, I would attack with this cleric, but I don't want to lose it because I need to get the discount for whatever. Is that a dynamic that crops up?
Absolutely. And especially in a tournament like this, where we're going to have open deck lists and the players will kind of know what's on the opposite side. If your opponent plays a rogue into a 2/1 wizard, all of a sudden you're thinking, do I need to kill that rogue now? Because otherwise we might ignore it. But if there's a Minotaur in that deck, it not only plays in versus you want to keep your own creatures alive, it's how do you use your removal spells to try to disrupt that party mechanic from your opponent. And that is a dynamic of this format that I think is very good and I've enjoyed quite a lot.
And, for today's tournament, especially, Travis, we are actually going to have open deck lists here in today's tournament. So players will be able to see whether their opponent has those payoffs that they need to prevent early on. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of in Constructed, when your opponent plays a Kazandu Mammoth on turn 3 and you think, I have to kill that or they're going to play that Grey Henge on turn 4. And maybe a similar dynamic here with stopping some of these party payoffs.
Absolutely. And you'll be aware of how many of them your opponent has and can kind of run the numbers mentally of how dangerous is this 2/1 wizard by itself. In some decks, it's a threat that I need to kill because it's enabling a lot of shenanigans. And in others, I can safely ignore it and eventually find a 1/3 to block it.
Talking of shenanigans, Travis, I wanna ask you, on a scale of 1 to Sam Black's 5-color legendary Dominaria PT deck, how shenanigansy would you say Zendikar Rising is?
There's certainly shenanigans there to be had. I don't think I can put it in the upper bracket, though. Like good, consistent decks with creatures that are attacking and blocking, there's just not enough funky build-arounds. Because all of them seem to have been used to go into either one of those 2 color pair decks or into party mechanic decks. So you can see some shenanigans, and I suspect that we will, but I don't think we're going to get anything quite that crazy.
Well, as a representative of the 5-color green community, 5-color nonsense draft community, I'm a little disappointed, but hopefully we will get to see a lot of very interesting games and very tight magic. We are just about a few minutes out now from our first match. Our players building their decks, getting everything ready, being shepherded into their particular brackets, etc. And I wonder if we could just talk a little bit about the bracket, actually, and maybe give our viewers a little preview of what's coming up. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it on screen, but I can just tell you what the pairings are, at least for the first round. So we are going to be watching Ben Stark play that Gruul deck that he drafted, and Ben's actually going to be against Amazonian, so that's going to be a fun clash for our first feature match. We also have Mythic Michaela against Voxy, Floopy Minks against Jamie Tuffles, and Legend VD against Lord Tupperware. So some interesting matchups, and I wonder what Amazonian has drafted. I'm just gonna have a look, see whether I can find out.
Yeah, I took a little peek. This actually looks quite good to me. It looks like she's on a black-white build that may not have quite gotten there on the clerical aspect, but did that kind of fall back into party mechanics. She's got a lot of evasion. She's got some solid threats. I think this will be an interesting one to watch. That 2-drop slot is so full that like a very aggressive opener from her could really punish Ben, because as we mentioned, a lot of his cards are not going to block well early.
Wow, yeah, I'm just looking at this now, and it's as you say, this is more 2-drops than I've seen in a lot of decks in this format. So Amazonian, Expedition Healer, Luminarch Aspirant, the rare 2-drop that puts a +1/+1 counter every combat step, 2 Ghastly Gloom Hunters, that's the bat that can get bigger with Kicker, and Stonework Pack Beast as well, rounding out the creatures in terms of the 2-drop. Spare Supplies as well, a nice early play if needed. And then in terms of 3-drops, has some very nice ones going. Tazim Raptor, the Marauding Blight Priest, Mind Drain, Namana Sky Dancer, Tabarax, Hope's Demise, Skyclave Sentinel, and then picked up that Attended Healer that we were talking about before, Skyclave Shadowcat, and just at the top of the curve, Dreadworm and Scion of the Swarm to round out the deck. So like you say, potentially maybe started out in that Cleric's route, but ended up kind of with just an aggressive curve out black-white, get them dead deck.
Yeah, my favorite part of it, especially knowing the matchup we're about to go into, is that she's main decking 2 Smite the Monstresses, which normally I'm like, yeah, maybe we can play one, have one in the sideboard, but that is going to be so good in the matchup she's about to go into that I'm actively happy to see them here.
And what do you think about a card like Mind Drain? Because this is a card that, it's an effect that we see almost every set, or, pretty much every other set. And some sets it's very good, and some sets it's nigh unplayable. So what do you think about Mind Drain in Zendikar Rising?
I mean, I'm going to put myself firmly in the boomer camp again, but it's always good. Just some people don't know it. Back in my day, you used to win games of Limited with 2-for-1s. And Mind Drain, Mind Rot, whatever card it is that we're seeing is a solid way to get one. So I'm never unhappy to see that in a limited deck. Now, I do think it's better here, especially because that mill begins to matter in many decks. It doesn't in Amy's, but you're going to get 2 cards from their hand plus 1 from the top, and you're already getting closer to that kind of rogue payoff. So I'm never unhappy to see it. I don't think you want a deck that's playing 2 or 3 of them, but I think I'm pretty happy to have one in the deck in this format and in many others.
All right, well, we are just about ready. Players are kind of queuing up their matches now. I wonder if we should just go down to Ben's stream now and see whether the match is lined up. Let's have a quick review again of Ben's deck. That Phylath World Sculptor looking very tasty at the top of the curve there. A couple of Canopy Baloths in the 4-drop slots, Territorial Scythe Cats, Kazandu Mammoth, and Ben picked up 4 Rapid Bites, all of which it looks like have made the main deck.
Yeah, and he even passed some. Like, there were so many Rabid Bites, he didn't even have to take them that highly. So that was his reward for, I think, being one of the few green drafters at this table. I'm scanning the other decks, and it looks like the only other green drafter we had was Ethan.
You're right. Lord Tupperware, Ethan Sachs, also in a Gruul aggro. No Phylax for him, but does have Veteran Adventurer, Shatterskull Minotaur, Bushfire Elemental. So that's where all of those other Gruul cards ended up.
Yeah, it looks like he got more of the better red, Ben got more of the better green, but Ethan's sort of in a party deck as opposed to like a landfall deck. So I don't even think they were competing with each other that much.
And that's kind of an interesting aspect of this format, which is that you can sit at the same draft table and really end up in very similar colors to other drafters at the table, but with very different strategies.
And I think that's overall a good thing for Limited, that synergy has been pushed so much in cards that work together that you're going to have people valuing different cards and payoffs. And at any table, you should have multiple people in the same colors. There's only 5 colors and 8 players. So ideally, you'll have someone competing for like a different version of the colors that you're drafting.
All right, looks like I'm just looking at our little hand cam part of Amazonian stream at the top. It looks like they are trying to get this match set up. So we should be bringing you some action very shortly.
And did you mention the other playoffs we had in the bracket?
Yeah, we did talk a little bit about the other matchups.
I'm excited to get to peek in at some of those too, assuming this one finishes early. So like, hopefully we can transition and catch some of those as well. Folks in chat, who are you expecting to take down this draft? What are your votes?
Oh, that's a good question, Travis. I want to hear. I want to hear what chat thinks as to which of these 8 very accomplished players is going to take it down today. What does it look like?
Do you have one that you're voting for and one that you're rooting for? Do you have a favorite? Do you have a dog in this fight?
I'm pretty close friends with Michaela, so you know, on a personal level, I definitely want Michaela to do well. But I'm a big fan of Lord Tupperware, big fan of Jamie Tuffles as well, big fan of Ben. So you know, I'm just here for the magic. I just want limited content, more matches, more everything.
So what you're saying is basically we're all winners because we're involved in this event, and I think I could agree with you there.
The real winners were the friends we made along the way, Travis.
There you go. There you go.
All right, Ben S queuing up against Amazonian. Let's go down to our first feature match of the day. Ben S rocking that Ajani avatar against Amazonian on Kaya. And let's have a look at this opening hand. Wow, 3 forests, a Akum Hellhound, Vine Gecko, Canopy Bailiff, and Kazandu Stomper. What do you think of this hand, Travis?
Snap keep for me. It's a really good 6.
And looking up at what Amazonian's working with, it's a couple of planes. Angel Heart Protector, Smite the Monstrous, Oblivion's Hunger, that Stonework Pack Beast that she deployed already, and the Skyclave Shadow Cat. But Ben S getting out on turn 2 with Tangled Florahedron.
That's kind of absurd. It's really good that Amy was able to hit the land drop here. She needed it to get going, but Ben being able to get these threats down a turn earlier is kind of a big deal. However, we're noticing her being able to get these attacks in earlier, and she's going to be able to do it next turn too. So this is kind of her do or die moment where she needs to hit another land drop to get in this game.
Oh, and unfortunately, no 4th land drop here for Amazonian. Does find Tabarax, which is a pretty scary threat once that one gets going. Amazonian just considering her options right now.
I like this one. Will Tabarax attack, dare him to trade? They're not going to, and this forces through more damage.
And if you're in Ben's seat here, how are you looking to stabilize this game?
I may not be looking to stabilize it. I may be looking to race at this point because we can play the Scythe Cat, we can hit another land, we can play the Gecko, and then swing in for 6 and kind of dare her to have something else. If she hits the next land drop, this play is not going to work out well for him. If she doesn't, he can get right back in this. She's taking this block because the Pack Beast is a cleric, which will allow her to get another card and find the land she needs for that smite. She found it, but it's tapped.
Oh, a tapped land. Malakir Rebirth, not really the land drop that Amazonian was looking for. Does find a Skyclave Sentinel. That's a 3-drop that she can play, but really would have liked that 4th land to get one of these Smite the Monstrous going. Tabarax, though, that is going to be a threat in the air, and that one can get pretty out of hand.
It can, but she's got a block here. I think I would have played out the Rebirth anyway on her side, but I can respect it. I think she's looking to use the old double defensive combat trick here, perhaps Hunger on Tabarax and the Rebirth on the Protector, which would be great, except we've just seen Ben top deck Might of Marasa. And his attacks are not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, that Canopy Baloth. Such a huge threat. Basically a 4-mana, 6-power threat if you can get those land drops going every turn. And Might Mercer as well does have the mana available to kick that even. And Amazonian, that Oblivion's Hunger does give Indestructible, I believe, if the to Tabrax, but does not look like that's going to be enough.
He's not even going to attack here. She's left so much mana up. He's like, she's got something. I don't know what it is, but I can play a 6/5 trample. Who cares? And that's just such an awesome way to put them behind. She got the land, but she what is she able to do with it here? She can still only play 1 spell per turn.
Yeah, Amy, well, at least has the ability to maybe take down one of these big creatures for each turn for the next couple of turns. But looking into the future, that Scythe Cat is getting huge, and here's going to be a swing with the team from Ben S as well.
Yeah, these are really awkward blocks because she's got the option to use the pair of combat tricks, the option to use the smite, and none of them really look good in the face of the might. These are good blocks.
Yeah, looks like she's going to make the quote-unquote obvious blocks. There's Tabrax, the 3/3 on the 2/3. But difficult in Amy's seat to really play around the combat trick here, Travis.
It is. I think this is a decent enough spot for Ben to be happy to get Tabrax off the board, which he can do and still deploy the Gecko.
Yeah, that Might of Marasa says, surprise, this 0-1 is now a 5/6. And down goes Amy's entire board. And look at this, Ben Stark in a commanding position now with 5 creatures on the board to Stone Cold 0 on the side of Amazonian. Of course, Amazonian being a little bit unlucky with those land drops, but it does seem to be a little bit too far behind now to scoop this one back.
There's some possibilities here because all Ben has left is land. If she can answer the Scythe Cat this turn and then potentially next turn get a blocker, well, never mind.
Oh, that Scoot Swarm.
I was going to try and paint you a picture of her coming back into this, but it's looking like that's unlikely at this point.
This card just gets so nutty. Just so nutty. This is only the 5th land drop, but look at all these triggers already. And next turn, those Scoot Swarms are going exponential. So this one really looks well and truly in the books for Ben.
Yeah, we don't have any sort of board wipe or any sort of mass interaction here. She's got some good 1-for-1 removal, which we can see here in Nahiri's Binding, but that one's done.
Yeah, and that goes the GGs. Amazonian scooping up the first game. Ben Stark taking that one down with this 10 out of 10, Travis says, Gruul deck that we saw him draft earlier on. So looking at sideboard now, Travis, what are you liking out of both players' decks?
I see Amy bringing in the 2-mana 3/1s. I like that. I think if I'm in her spot too, I'm also interested in bringing in the McKindy Ox. We need to make it difficult for Ben to block because I think she's the aggro deck in this matchup. Well, I think if she's not aggressive enough, he's going to win the game due to inevitability. So that's probably the track I'd take, especially having lost game 1 and now going on the play. So I like seeing her bring those 2 3/1s in. I think the Ox might help too. I don't know that Ben needs to mess with this a whole lot. There's some argument, like I can tell this because I can see her deck list and what she's bringing in now, but the Survivor might be a card that I would want to bring in. I'm a little nervous if I'm in his seat that she is going to do something like this, and her list was already pretty aggressive. So having that 1/1 that puts a counter on something else is such a good counterplay to the 3/1 core dudes.
3/1 core dudes. Love that. They are very core dudes indeed. Amazonian, I did see also had named her deck Live and Let Go, which I love. Love to see some personality and fun out of the players here. Ben S opening up with a nice hand again. Double Rapid Bite, Kazandu Mammoth, Boiling Regrowth, and triple Rapid Bite, in fact.
Yeah, he'll find another one too. But we're kind of in an awkward spot now, and this is where I was saying Amy could get ahead. She needs to be the aggressive deck here, and she is. This is a bit of a clunky draw for Ben. He's elected to hold the Mammoth because it's really the only creature he has, but without a forest, he can't even deploy it.
Well, yeah, no double green for the Kazandu Mammoth just yet, and
this is
Ben
still a pretty good draw.
Wow, this Akum Hellhound with the landfall trigger means that, geez, look at this. Ben's going to be able to target that Luminarch Aspirant, but Amazonian had left up the Malakir Rebirth in anticipation, and this is some nice plays from both players.
It's a really good line by Amy. I would have been exceptionally tempted to just play out the Blight Priest there, but by being a little bit patient, she's now able to deploy the Scythe Cat, make sure everything has counters on it, attack through for damage, and now kind of dare Ben to start Rabid Biting. Because, like, what can he even do here? He's got to take out the Aspirant. He's also got to take out the Scythe Cat, and there's still a 3/3 staring him down.
Yeah, some of these cards, this Roiling Regrowth, this Cleansing Wildfire, looking a little bit embarrassing now in the face of this army coming out of Amazonian's barracks, but Cyclave Shadowcat joining the party as well. Now, Ben does have this Rabid Bite, as a kind of repeat of last turn.
He does, but it's not going to kill anything that matters. Like, you still have to do it. Like, at this point, he can get it large enough that he can kill his choice of creature and he can fix his mana so that he can cast the Mammoth next turn. Like, he's taking the lines that he needs to take, but killing their huge threat for the second time and then watching them draw a card off of it is just miserable. And he's electing to get rid of the Shadowcat first, which I think I like. He's like, you are not getting more cards off of this.
Yeah, and that Akum Hellhound, that card is not a blocker. That is a card that wants to get in, and Ben says, okay, I guess I have to attack with this 0-1. Marauding Blight Priest joins the party as well. And that Expedition Healer does have lifelink. So Ben Stark down to 6 after that trigger.
Yeah, there's just not a lot he can do here. Like, because of the lifelink from the healer, it's such a comfortable life total. Good discipline from Amy, not firing off the Feed the Swarm on a card that doesn't matter, because Ben's looking to get a blocker in play here, and he may just decide that this is over. I think he certainly will as soon as the Feed the Swarm hits the Mammoth.
Yeah, Ben looking at playing out one of these 3 drops to try and stave off the inevitable.
If he had another, I mean, there's some possibility of a line where he plays the Mammoth. No, there's not. I was trying to see if he could, like, block with the Hound, trigger Regrowth, and be able to kill anything that matters. And he could have had we had more life to work with. But that Aspirant has just really put the hurt on.
Yeah, that card really gets, when it's left unchallenged, and Ben did challenge it, of course, but Amazonian did have that Malakir Rebirth. So this card is just going to take over the game, and it has done so for Amy here.
1-mana combat tricks are kind of the best because they're so easy to leave up. You can protect a solid threat. Like, Rebirth is a card that I think is still a bit underrated.
Yeah, you definitely see that card wheel a lot when you queue up on Arena. And here we go. Feed the Swarm means that Ben's going to scoop up that game. And we are going to see a decider here between these two very well-constructed decks by these two competitors.
I think there's an argument that Amy might want to consider taking out the 3/1s, but I think at the end of the day, the decision to just click, yeah, join the next game is actually a good one. She needs to be the aggressive deck in this matchup, because if she can put Ben in a position where he wants to block, but he can't, that's how she wins. Because I think his deck is there on power level. Like, if the two players just show their decks on the table, like, I think his has the higher power level. So she needs to beat him with that aggression and then the synergy.
And it looks like Amy recognized that as well, just going straight back in with this build. Looks like Amy on a mulligan to 6 here, whereas Ben keeping this hand of Gnarled Colony, Cleansing Wildfire, Rabid Bite, and that Kazandu Stomper at the top end of the curve.
Solid opener for him, and can even block, which is, something that not a lot of the openers from him could potentially do.
Oh, and another 2-drop Vine Gecko as well. Not a lot of kicker cards in Ben's deck, but does have one of them in hand in that Gnarled Colony.
And it's kind of a sneaky, nice little trick when you combine it with something like the combat trick, the Might of Marasa. Like you can get that off a little bit cheaper when people might not be aware that you could play it, put a counter on the Gecko. I think this is a good include for him.
So Ben has some options here. Are you tempted to just Rabid Bite away this Sellsword?
No, that's what the Gecko is for. I think the question here is, do we try to cycle the Wildfire? And I think no with the Baloth in hand. I expect, wow, he's going for it. Okay, show me the way, Ben.
Okay, so that Vine Gecko is going to humph and take a bite out of that Sellsword, but Amazonia says, how about round 2? No third land drop yet again, though, for Amazonian.
Things are going to get rough if she hits it because that Mind Drain could be particularly punishing on Ben here. She's still whiffing, though.
Yeah, still no third land drop. And once again, Ben S finds Cassandra Mammoth, but does not have the double green available to cast it just yet.
It's time to just play it out, I think. Like, especially with her missing the land drops. We could play that, have next turn Baloth into Wildfire. I can respect this, too, because he's going to see if he can hit the land for it anyway and get to save the Mammoth and just play it out next turn.
So Cleansing Wildfire, gonna do some mana fixing.
That was quite nice.
Does find the forest. So Ben S really valuing being able to cast this Cassandra Mammoth as a creature. And meanwhile, this Territorial Scythe Cat up to a 4/3 already.
Which is one of the best stat lines you can get in Magic the Gathering. Lots of patience on this Gnarlrid colony.
And Amy, it just feels like Amazonian treading water here, not able to find that third land drop. You know, finds a couple of 2-drops to be deploying, but when your opponent is getting their 4/3s with landfall out, things looking a little bit sad. But here's that third land. Now, is there a way for Amy out of this?
It starts with her playing Tabaraks and double blocking and Ben missing a land drop. So there's a way. I don't think it's super likely. Mulligans are very punishing and limited. Generally speaking, you're shaving off about 10% of your win percentage every time you click the mulligan button. So you really only want to do it if you absolutely have to. I couldn't see what her opener was, but it must have been pretty bad if she was deciding to mulligan it. But Tabaraks can draw cards, and that's probably her way back into this. She may even consider just throwing the Pack Beast under the bus here.
So here's Scoot Swarm and Ben S finally playing out the Kazandu Valley side of Kazandu Mammoth. Gets in with the team.
Makes sense here. He can pick it up later.
But yeah, he does have that Kazandu Stomper. Good point, Travis. So that Mammoth may be back to haunt Amy yet again. But for now, has found a couple of lands. And she does have Nahiri's Binding available to potentially deal with something. But here comes Attended Healer. This is the very powerful 4-drop. The 2/3 that whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, you make a 1/1. And
you can see the line from here. This could do it because she could Binding one of the Tramplers, have chump blockers for the other one. She needs something to deal with the Mammoth afterwards. And I think that's the one thing holding her back. So we're looking for maybe another land and a Smite the Monstrous off the top, and she could be back in this.
So, first things first. 1/1 jumps in front of that Canopy Bailer. And if she does not block this Scythe Cat, Amy is going down to 1.
Which is not 0.
It's not 0. All right, and here comes the Trampler, Kazandu Stomper. And, you know, even if Amy finds something here, things do look pretty dreadful, right? Like there's just 6 attackers on the other side.
Things are looking grim at the moment.
Goes up to 2. Oh, and there we go. Amy recognizing that this is too big of an army to deal with. Those early mana problems really unfortunate for Amazoni, who had to take that mulligan in game number 3. Looks like the handshake, as it were, has been offered.
Ben just doing the math, make sure he's got this. The Kazandu Mammoth is an interesting counter in a way to that Mind Drain, because at that point he's got extra lands that he doesn't mind discarding too. Like, I still think Mind Drain is a valuable card, and it could have been brutal if she'd been able to curve into it here. She just missed the lands for too long.
Yeah, when we started out this matchup, Travis, I was thinking, wow, if this Mind Drain gets, a 4-drop and a 5-drop out of Ben's hand, it could be very serious business indeed. But unfortunately for Amy, just not really able to put together that curve that she was looking for. And desperation blocks here, but I believe this leaves Amy close to dead, or actually dead. Yep, and there we go. That does it. Ben Stark, our featured drafter, taking down round number 1 with that excellent green-red landfall-ish deck. And we are going to see him proceed in the upper bracket of this double elimination tournament. And if you're a fan of Amazonian, don't worry. She is not out yet, because she is going to go to the lower bracket and still has a chance of making it through to the finals. That's going to do it for us from this round. Travis and I are going to go away for a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have more magic for you. So don't go anywhere.
Dot will get Omega, though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
Hi, I'm Toby. I play Rysar Wathamir, the Elven Wizard, in LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse. Rysar is not the strongest, he's not the toughest, he's not the fastest. But he does believe he's part of an ancient elven prophecy to save his people. So, he is not afraid to break a few familiar eggs to make that sweet, tasty, delicious omelette. Love him or hate him, you can't fault an elf for trying, even if anything takes the odd murder along the way. So, tune into LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse to see which familiar or other person I'll sacrifice next. Okay, then.
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I'm the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next and what horrors they discover.
Hi, I'm Bill, and I play the charismatic pugilist Horson on LFM's Journey to the Obsidian Spire. Horson has retired from a very successful and lucrative career fighting in the Criterion. Bred to be a gladiator from birth, he has always searched for something more than just fighting, despite being really, really good at it. Retirement has provided him a relatively easy life, surrounded by a few people he cares deeply about, and a new passion for training and empowering others to find the gifts within themselves. He's loyal, fearless, and ridiculously good-looking to a few people. Don't get him wrapped up in your bullshit politics. But hold on, bullshit politics. No, it's before. Can you do it before? Bullshit politics. Yeah, great. No, that's awesome. Or he'll. Yeah, no, we're good. We're past. There's no more swear words in the rest of the thing. We're past that part. So I'm gonna go into the clean rest of the part, which is no words in it, so you don't have to bleep any part in the rest of it. So I'm just gonna. Okay. Oral jackknife power. Fuck you, man. Watch Journey to the Obsidian Spire. Root for Horson on the LFM network.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of the LFM Network Draft Streamer Showdown. My name's Haya, and I'm here with Travis Sowers. And Travis, we are going to jump straight into our backup feature match from round number 1 because they are still playing. We have Lord Tupperware, Ethan Sachs against Legend VD. And Lord Tupperware on a pretty aggressive-looking red-green deck against Legend, who has drafted blue-black, but it looks more like blue-black Wizards than blue-black Rogues right now.
It does. There's also some sneaky pieces in this. Somehow he's ended up with 2 Soul Shatters, a Shadow's Verdict, and the Hagra Mauling that Ben passed. There's a Blood Beckoning. This is blue-black value.
The music to my ears, Travis. Blue-black value is the way I like to rumble. Let's see here. Deadly Alliance. That's going to target the Sneaking Guide.
And that basically wins the, well, end of turn. Okay. Okay. Ethan is so close to having a win here with that Song Mad Treachery.
Oh, yeah, that's just hanging out in hand. And looking at the game wins, this is actually only game number 2. Looks like Legend VD took down a relatively long game 1 with this grindy blue-black strategy.
Yeah, I don't think that his deck is capable of getting a quick win, but it's capable of getting a lot of wins, and that value is really starting to pile on here. If Ethan can't find a way to get those last few points of damage, this is kind of it.
Legend down to 5 life, just 5. But this Royal Mage getting black Blood Beckoning, and that's going to get back more things. And the Valley Train has very, very certainly left the station.
Ethan doesn't quite have enough mana to top deck any of his removal spells and still play the Treachery.
Wow, Legend thinking about attacking with this flyer here.
That'd be great for Ethan if he does, so I'm glad that he didn't.
Yeah, decided to take the more conservative line, leaving back 4 blockers against these 2 lethal threats on Lord Tupperware's side of the battlefield. Stonework Pack Beast to pick up for Ethan.
And at this point, he's got to be thinking, how many cards do I have left? Because one of the cards that he has in his list as well is Kazul's Fury. He's also got a Taunting Arbor Mage in the list. He's got a Spark Mage in the list. There's a Lagak in here. There's the Minotaur. So there's a lot of things that he could draw that just close this game out immediately. And I think he's just kind of hoping that the value will not begin to accrue to the point that he can't beat it.
It does seem like we've joined at a particularly key match in the key moment in the match, Travis, because Legend VD just peeking around that corner, maybe putting a foot out into the next street over to Zoom Royal Mage once again getting kicked. Let's see what there is to get. Wow, this is
I mean, you're getting the blood
treasure
back in, right? Yeah. I want to double dip.
I want a double dip. Put that in the quotes. Compilation.
Does that leave him dead?
Because Ethan can Song Mad Treachery the flyer.
He could, but if it's tapped, he doesn't need to. He can just take the 3/2 and then swing in, and as long as two things connect, I'm still trying to think of what he can top deck too that interacts with this.
Well, Blood Beckoning can at least get back. Wow.
That may be enough for Ethan to do something here. Now, I suspect with this attack, though, the plan is to play the Falconeer, which is not going to enable Ethan to get him quite dead. He can get real close. At this point, the list of outs for Ethan also begin to include... well, I thought he had one of those spell lands that does 1 damage. He does not.
No, I don't think it's in his list. But he does have a lot of hasty threats as well, Brushfire Elemental. I'm thinking about that Minotaur that you were talking about. Here comes Blood Beckoning.
Okay, this is probably Ethan's only shot then. Because there's too much stuff on the board for him to get through.
What does he find? Ardent Electromancer. That doesn't have haste. But it does enable him to double spell.
Yeah, I'm curious what's left in the deck. I wish we could have seen more of it or have a way to expand out the graveyard from here, because if we've got Kazul's Fury left in the deck, his only line may be to take the 3/2 now, connect with it while he can, tap the top of his deck, and hope that Kazul's Fury is up there. Because if it is, he's going to win the match. And if it's not, there's beginning to be too much of an air force for him to interact with.
Oh, and look at this. Decides to be patient once more, but you can see from his facial expression that it is not ideal for him.
It's so frustrating to get him down to 5 and then be like, oh, I just need one more card to get ahead. And at this point, Legend just starts drawing 2, 3, 4 cards a turn with these kicked Royal Mages and Blood Beckonings. It's a beautiful thing to see on this side of the board.
Travis, I have to say I'm a blue mage at heart, and I'm definitely definitely more likely to be the person sat there with 5 life going, how can I get out of this? Here comes that Merfolk Falconer as well as Umara Wizard, a huge board now for Legend, and there's that Brushfire Elemental off the top, a hasty threat, but things it's just too little too late. And Ethan scoops it up. Legend VD getting there with blue-black value in 2-0 against Ethan Sachs. So congratulations to Legend VD for moving on in the upper bracket. And Ethan's going to have to try his luck in the lower bracket that we saw Amazonian go into earlier.
And he's got a very good deck, so the Tupperware party isn't over yet.
The Tupperware party. Is that like one of those suburban housewife affairs where you get sold more Tupperware than you think you need?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's have a look and see whether we can bring you any of the scores from this match. I think our bracket hasn't quite been updated yet, but I can see that Floopy Minks took it down in 2-0 against Jamie Tuffles, so congratulations there to Floopy. Voxy in a close match wins out over Mythic Michaela 2-1. We saw Ben S take down the match against Amazonian 2-1 as well, and Legend VD and Lord Tupperware rounding out the bracket. So it looks like your upper bracket competitors are going to be Floopy Minks, Voxy, Legend VD, and Ben S, with the other 4 going into the lower bracket. And
who do you think we would want to watch out of this one?
Oh, that's a good question. So it looks like it's going to be Voxy against Ben Stark and Floopy against Legendary Dia. Let me just have a look at what their decks are. So Floopy with red-black, kind of party-ish, removal-ish. Oh, has a Leyline Tyrant in that list, so that's very exciting.
That's pretty spicy.
Voxy is also on red-black.
This is like red-black, kill everything you play.
Yes.
Throw stuff at your face.
Bloodchief's Thirst. Thwart the Grave to bring back a bunch of these smaller creatures. Has the Axe with Goma Fowler Vanguard. 2 copies of Tita Peak Ambusher. 2 copies of Kazul's Fury. There are a lot of Kazul's Furies going around. And double Shadow Stinger as well. So a pretty aggressively slanted red-black build from Voxy. Have a look down the rest of the list. Benes, we know, with that Gruul build.
Gruul Landfall, I guess we could call it. Kind of just big stuff.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever you want to watch, Travis, we can make happen. We could stick with Ben Stark and Voxy. It's definitely 2 of the biggest names in Limited right now.
You know, I think that one makes sense because something tells me that Legends is going to last a little bit longer after looking at these deck lists. So I think that we'll get to see that matchup anyway, is my guess.
That is some very good planning, Travis. We'll get the players lined up and get them ready to go very shortly. Although I have just been told that we are waiting for Ben to come back from a break. So maybe it'd be best if we went to a quick little break and came back in when the action starts. I think that would be great. Bring you a couple more words from our sponsors who have made this very cool event happen. Definitely check out the LFM Network. Definitely check out Degrees of Madness. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with action from round number 2.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have a go.
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the LFM Streamer Showdown Draft Edition. My name's Hayu and I'm here with Travis, and we are going to go to our round 2 feature match. This is in the upper bracket of our double elimination event today, and we have Voxy against Ben S, 2 of the biggest limited streamers in Magic today, battling it out in round number 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at these decks and trying to decide who I think my favorite is here, and it's really close. Like I think Ben has the most powerful card in the form of the Phylath, which we didn't even see make an appearance in round 1. But Voxy's deck is very aggressive with combat tricks, a lot of warriors, the warrior equipment, a lot of reach in the form of the Pyroclastic Hellion and the Spitfire Lagak. And then that Thwart the Grave at the top end kind of has me excited too. So I'm not really sure who I would put my money on in this matchup. I'm just excited to see it play out.
Yeah, Voxie's deck is very interesting because it does have these aggressive elements like you're talking about and the reach, but it also has some very interesting value cards. So she's main decking Spare Supplies as well as a copy of Relic Robber, the 3-mana 2/2.
Yeah, that's probably the most interesting card there is the Relic Robber. If you can ever connect with that thing, it's amazing. If you can't, it's a 3-mana 2/2, which is pretty bad. Although I will argue that Spare Supplies is something that was a lot more playable than I thought it would be initially. The first time I saw that card, I was like, meh, whatever, we probably don't need this. After playing with the format some, I was not embarrassed to have one of these in pretty much any deck I was playing, with the only exception being the blue decks. You could usually get the Divination variant instead to fill that slot.
I did have a friend try to convince me that Spare Supplies was a divination, and I was not on board with that comparison. But, I agree with you, Travis. It has become much more playable than it first appeared. Voxie on a mull to 6, putting that Spare Supplies underneath the deck, deciding to keep these T2Peak ambushers, has 3 copies here in the opening turns. But Ben S says, no, you.
Oh, that's rough. She's going to be ambushing a lot of Teeter Peaks, but it looks like, yeah, as long as he can hit his 3rd land drop here, which he has, she's going to need to land off the top, or this is kind of an end here. Now, she does have a better defense than what we've seen in the past against these landfall creatures with the combo of the Stinger into the Sky Dancer. So we've kind of got like a surprise Death Touch 1/4. We've also got to feed the Swarm to answer the first threat. So I don't think this is game over, but she's going to need some lands.
Yeah, just having a look, seeing whether Voxie is playing. So it's 15 basics plus 4 modal double face cards. And,
so she's actually very likely to hit it here. Yeah, I think she's got a reasonable chance to continue to string lands together.
That is one of the interesting tensions in this set in terms of deck building. Like, how do you value those MDFCs as lands, or, are you thinking of them more as spells?
Free attack here for Ben.
Yeah, that T2Peak Ambusher, it does have the ability to activate. So Voxie not taking the block, and Ben S gets that Kazandu Mammoth down right on time, turn number 3. But Ben does not have any more lands in hand right now, although neither does Voxie, who fails to find the 3rd land drop yet again.
And she's selling a little bit of a story there, which is I have a combat trick. And since the deck lists are open, he kind of has the knowledge now of exactly which one she has.
Yeah, that Inordinate Rage sitting in hand waiting. But Ben finds the 4th land drop. Canopy Bailiff does come down. And is this 3rd land too little too late here for Voxie?
It's close. Like we can see over on the other side that Ben is missing a land for the next turn too, and without drawing one, she's going to have reasonable blocks. Like she's only taking 4. She can potentially like gang block the ambusher and dare him to pump it. I think this is stable adjacent for her.
Stable adjacent. It's like describing the location of the tractor on the farm. Stable adjacent.
Oh yeah, that works too.
So both players working with limited resources in terms of the number of lands they have. Ben, considering his options this turn, kind of an awkward hand here for Ben. Could play out a Scoot Swarm maybe?
I think I probably like attacking with the Baloth, seeing what happens while we have Might of Marasa open, and then considering our line afterwards. The Swarm isn't crazy because that's actually not his best threat. So another removal spell from her on the Swarm isn't game over for him. And with the Might, you're pretty comfortable attacking in here and daring her to triple block.
Voxie really thinking about it here. It is very tempting to get that triple on this 4/3.
Yeah, but again, he's kind of selling a story as well of either I have a combat trick or I don't care if this trades. So she can kind of use that knowledge going forward to suspect that it's Might of Marasa that he has.
Does not fall for the trap. Just going to take 4, going down to 11 for Voxie. And now that surprise Death Touch Shadow Stinger you were talking about before is on a line. So it looks like Foxy is going to prioritize getting the team down.
I think that makes sense. She's worried about getting attacked by tokens, and she could potentially use the Insubordinate Rage defensively.
This is turning out to be a very interesting game here, Travis. You know, we kind of looked at Ben's hand and thought, wow, he's just going to go Kazanda Mammoth, Canopy Baloth, Phylath. You know, well, we're done. But working with not being able to make these land drops has actually led to Ben having some very difficult choices to make.
Yeah, the challenge, though, is Foxy needs to be able to present some sort of threat while he's looking for these lands. And right now, the best option that she has is this Sky Dancer. So I'm a little concerned that, like, she's just not going to be able to present enough pressure. He'll eventually hit land 5, land 6, and then in kind of the game over triggers. If that's the case, I don't know if I hate an attack with the Ambusher on her side there. Like, she doesn't have a lot else to do with the mana. I guess they are threatening good blocks with that pump up as well.
I believe there was only one mana open for Ben in Voxy's turn. So I think the pump wasn't quite available that turn, but certainly multi-block options were very much online.
Yeah, I want to see her be able to leverage her mana into cards, because at this point, if you just stop in and look at the board state, like, I think Ben is still significantly advantaged. And I'm kind of digging through here thinking of what cards she could draw that would change that. She's got some reasonable ground blockers. I expect she'll be able to trade the Shadow Stinger for a card. I wouldn't hate to see something like Bloodchief's Thirst. Depending on how his attacks are and if she can trade off for value, Thwart the Grave could become interesting at a certain point too. I feel bad that these ambushers aren't stacking up very well against what Ben's doing.
Yeah, the 1/3s not so good in multiples, especially when you're choked on mana in the way that Voxy is. But we're going to see that Shadow Stinger get Death Touch at instant speed, just as you predicted a couple of turns ago, Travis. And even though Voxy probably, you know, it's going to be a little bit reluctant, but she's not going to be that unhappy to trade it away for that huge threat.
Yeah, and without knowing what's happening over in Ben's hand there, things still don't look that grim to her, because now all of a sudden she's got a threat. It's a small one, and it'll take some time, but she's now able to begin dealing some damage and deploying cards. The terrifying thing happens when Ben draws land number 6. And like at this point, he needs, for things to go well for her, he needs to not draw lands or spells, which is not incredibly likely.
Yeah, I mean, most limited decks are composed of some combination of those two types of cards. So let's see what Ben finds. He found Canopy Baloth for this time, so that's, you know, another big chunky threat that it's going to be difficult for this army of small critters to deal with from Voxy's side. We saw her face when that Gnarled Colony came down earlier. She did not look happy to see a 4/4 on board. So looks like the aggression may continue here for Ben.
Yeah, and the 4/4 is kind of just like the stat line that matters in this set. That's the largest thing you generally see. Now, she's got a few of the Hellions in her deck that go to 4/5, and I think that's probably something she's looking for here. And I like this block. This is a really good block, because he was selling the idea that he had Might of Marasa, and now she's saying, go ahead, use it. You can only save one of these.
Yeah, finally giving in to this multi-block here. And if you're Ben, what are you trying to save here?
I'm either going to save the, I think it would be the Scythe Cat or nothing. Like, chances are I'm just going to let this happen and play the Baloth afterwards, but I think the Scythe Cat giving trample to other things with counters could begin to become relevant given the fullness of time. Although that, change that backwards. The Scythe Cat already has the trample. I got my cards confused. So we want to save the one that gives trample to creatures.
Yeah, that Gnarled Colony with that that passive ability. It doesn't come into play as often as we would like, with the Golgari deck not being as much of a presence in the format as maybe we would like it to be, but
Or
certainly
some
there's
people
not
think it is.
Well, that's true. That's true. But Nala doing a great job here, and Voxy down to 7. Bloodchief's Thirst was scry to the top, so she can definitely get one of these threats off the board this turn.
Which probably does need to be, well, gosh, do you kill the colony? Do you kill the swarm? I feel like we're too far behind.
I mean, the swarm, with your opponent at 5 lands, they've missed multiple land drops. You know their deck has a lot of landfall synergy. You've got to be feeling like that Scoot Swarm is going to kill you eventually, but this Nala colony is going to kill you now.
Yeah, and that's fair. Techno Shaman is pointing out in chat that because of the positioning on the arena UI, she should technically have one of those Teeter Peak ambushers still alive. The UI got her a little bit there, and I can appreciate that's a frustrating moment.
Oh, I mean, it's interesting because, as more of our tournaments, more of our events move to the online space, players are having to get used to some of these foibles on MTG Arena, and we've certainly seen players not only in this kind of event, but even at the the professional level, fall afoul of some of these interesting interactions. Wow, Voxy does take down that Scoot Swarm.
And I think it's the right call. It's one land away from being a major threat on its own.
And Ben finds a Coom Warrior, the 5/4 for 6, 4/5 for 6, that is also a land on the other side. That is the 6 land drop, but it does not enable him to play Phylax this turn.
Like, there's an argument from his side to just play the Beloth and hold the land drop for next turn. He's pretty far ahead here, and she doesn't have great blocks. Like, she's at the point where she can double block the Ambusher. He can pretty happily trade it for the Sky Dancer while connecting for 5, and it's functionally game over from there.
So Voxy down to 2. 4/4 stays on the battlefield. Ben follows up with that Canopy Baloth. And Basic Swamp off the top, not going to do it for Voxy. That is going to be game number 1, and we see Ben S continue his charge through this upper bracket, taking down the first game against Voxy on Rakdos.
Yeah, and she's checking back out this moment where she's pumping the one that she didn't mean to pump. And I can appreciate that that's frustrating. Looking through the sideboard here, I think her best bet may be to try to get in faster, much like we saw Amy have some success in game 2 against Ben. So I'm looking at cards. She's got potentially a Scavenged Blade if she wants to use that to try to force Ben to block. I don't love the triple ambusher, but that was kind of the fault of that draw, not the specific card. So I might be looking to take one of those out and replace it with almost anything.
Yeah, the Scavenged Blade, of course, the 2-mana equipment that when it comes in, like all the other equipments in this set, attaches immediately to a creature and just gives +2/+0. So a little power bump potentially for Voxy. I didn't quite catch whether it came in or not.
I didn't either. I was looking at the sideboard, so it'll be exciting to see if that card turns up.
We will find out together, and wow, ouch. And Mulligan for Voxy, 0 lands in that opener. Keeps. This one looks like it's a keep, though.
I think it's a pretty reasonable one for her. She can send back one of the swamps, play out the Kazul's Fury pretty freely on an early turn, knowing that she can get it back later with the 3 Pyroclastic Hellions that she has.
Here comes Teeter Peak Ambusher on turn number 2 for Voxy, but in a repeat of last game, Ben S also has a copy of the 2-drop. Having a look at Ben's hand here, there's that Scoot Swarm, the Taunting Arbor Mage, the Scythe Cat, Canopy Baloth, and one of those copies of Cleansing Wildfire in hand for Ben.
Now it's Voxy who gets a free attack in.
But Voxy just has to pump up that Teeter Peak Ambusher. Does get him for 3, but does not have a follow-up creature.
She's going to continue to have good attacks, though, as this hand is developing, and presumably some damage from that Lagak as well.
Here's the Ambusher. The Scythe Cat can't block that yet, as it's too small. Spitfire Lagak joins the party.
And this is kind of how things needed to go for her to be in this game. We're looking at Ben's hand, and he's got the Cute Swarm, but he can't really run it out this early. He's not going to get blockers from it. I think he's on Baloth, and if she's able to interact with that from the top of her deck, he's going to have bad blocks.
Pyroclastic Hell in the draw. That is a 5-drop, so it's a nice, curve out here for Voxy should she choose to deploy this Hellion.
I think I'm attacking with the Lagak if I'm her. Like, if there's any world where he takes it and she has the Kazul's Fury in hand, that could be a possible way to finish out the game.
Yeah, decides to hold back, though, in the face of potential double block from that Scythe Cat and Ambusher. Wow, I want to see a Kazul's Fury victory, Travis. I want to see a game taken down with a big fling to the face.
There's a possibility we could get it here, especially depending on how Ben chooses to play this. He's got a lot of landfall triggers right now with these 2 double cleansing wildfires, and I think he's trying to decide exactly how he wants to play them out. I think we're going to end up seeing Voxy almost needing to think about chumping on 19 life with that Ambusher.
Wow, that Canopy Bale has the potential to get 3 triggers this time?
Potentially 3. It could even be more if the first sacrifice finds him the Roiling Regrowth. Is that the one he's got? I can't remember. The 3-mana card that fetches 2 lands.
Correct, Roiling Regrowth. Instant speed as well. So it just finds Basic Forest off that first one. Canopy Bailiff grows to a 6/5. The Scythe Cat grows to a 4/3. And yeah, here he goes. Double Cleansing Wildfire in the same turn. This Baloth is an absolute monster.
So there's no realistic way for her to block the Scythe Cat. Although she could gang block it. So he's respecting that and thinking that he's going to make this even larger as well as hold it back. And I like that. This is kind of nullifying the effectiveness of that Kazul's Fury for her. Because she needs to get his life total down to something like, I don't know, 5, 6 before she can really think of that as a way to win the game.
So many players there, Travis, would have just gone, swing with my 6/5, swing with my 10/9, maybe trade off the 6/5. But Ben Stark really showing patience here with that Scythe Cat. And as you predicted, that 1/3 had to jump in front of that absolutely enormous Canopy Baloth. Ben Stark finds Skyclave Geopede for the turn.
And that's just perfect. He can get the Cute Swarm going. We can play the Geopede. Next turn, we can have everything have to block a 1/1 while 1,000,000 damage goes face through the Arbor Mage. I think this is the moment that without some sort of crazy top deck, he's got this one locked down.
And Voxy's facial expression really saying it all here. Saying, come on, do you have to have everything? There's the land. So here's a 4/5 trample for 6, which just isn't looking that good on this board. That Territorial Scythe Cat's a 7/6 already, and it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, and with her fully tapped out, it's the Roiling Regrowth. So he has his choice of how would I like to win this turn. Do I want to do ridiculous things and show off with Roiling Regrowth, or do I just want to close this out with the Arbor Mage? Either way is not good for Voxy.
And Ben has really assembled a landfall army. That Skyclave Geopede gets bigger as well. And I believe it also has trample. So this is just disgusting.
I think I'm going for the style play here, but let's see what Ben does. Yeah, he's just going to close out the game, which I respect. I respect that.
Oh, here we go. Taunting Arbor Mage. Comes down with Kicker. Everything has to block this 1/1. Oh. And that is more than lethal. for Ben Stark. That's going to do it. Ben Stark taking it down 2-0 against Voxy. And our featured drafter really, stomping through this upper bracket with his Gruul deck.
And we talked a lot about that first pick Phylath and how he was very careful to navigate and draft open and still able to play it. He's never resolved it. Like, he's had it in hand multiple times and just didn't need it to win the games. This deck can still function on the back of the commons that he's been passed. And we've seen Rabid Bite, Territorial Scythecat, and Cleansing Wildfire kind of being the bread and butter of this deck. And maybe we'll get to Phylath Dessert one day, but right now we just don't need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely still rooting for some Phylath action to happen, but it just goes to show, how disciplined and how well he drafted in terms of every single card in his deck has a role to play. Every single card works with every other card very well. And there isn't really, when you look at his deck list, there isn't really a card that you think, oh, this is just a filler, or this card, maybe doesn't belong here, but he needed to make up the numbers. Every pick that he took had a purpose. And we are seeing that play out very well for Ben Stark and showing once again why he is one of the best out there. So, Travis, I think we can actually go straight down to our backup feature match. We have Floopy and Legend VD. And as predicted, this one is a little bit slower than the other one. Legend looks like he's a game up with blue-black value.
Pulling up these deck lists so we can kind of see what's going on here. Oh, that's right. She was the one with the Leyline Tyrant and a pretty aggressive curve, as well as, is that 3 Royal Eruptions? My goodness.
I believe you're right. Wow, it's just a monopoly on Royal Eruptions here for Floopy. One of those copies in hand already. And Sizzling Barrage, not a card that we see that often, but doing some work here, taking down that Expedition Diviner.
Legend's still kind of got this locked on value, though. Once you step back and look at cards in hand, he just has too many.
He has so many cards in hand. That Blood Beckoning Tazim Royal Mage loop is available, as we saw him play out in the previous matchup. That Soul Shatter threatening to take down Floopy's best creature, which currently is just that Drana Silencer. And here we go. Expedition Diviner coming back once again. And that Expedition Diviner is always drawing a card when it dies in Legend's deck.
And it's still got up Chilling Trap. Like, she doesn't even have a good attack here.
Does she know? Okay, she doesn't know about this Chilling Trap, but she will very soon. She actually held on to this Royal Eruption last turn, but looks like she's going to have to kick it to deal with one of these threats here.
Yeah, I think the plan, especially when there's that much burn in your deck, is that you'd like to be able to save these cards to kind of get some extra reach and finish off your opponent. And she just doesn't have that option. There's too many cards in hand, and all of them are impactful for Legend. And with him at 14, it looks like this one's going to close out relatively quickly. I'm trying to look and see if there's anything in here that she could top deck. A Tyrant sort of gets things started if she has enough red, and she's close to it, but it's just going to get soul shattered. Like, from her perspective, like not being able to see the other hand, good grief, will you stop with the value, Legend?
Oh my goodness. It's just every time we join this match with Legend VD, it's just he's always at this point where he's just looping these cards for value, and that's going to do it. Floopy scoops it up. Legend VD takes down the match 2-0, outvaluing Floopy with that very festive cosplay. So nice, good job to her for bringing the festive cheer here on the LFM Network draft streamer showdown. And Travis, maybe next round we'll try and get Legend VD on primary future match, because I want to see this value deck kind of play out. It's kind of a little bit different to what you're normally expecting out of blue-black in this format.
Yeah, I think a lot of people initially thought that blue-black was only going to be the rogue deck, and then when you start to look at the interactions between cards like Tazim Royal Mage and Blood Beckoning, which you can also sort of get with the Marasa Sproutling and green-black. You can sort of build this value deck that can play out Royal Mage happily on turn 2, trade it off with something, get it back later, and then just start building from there. And he's also got a Shadow's Verdict in this deck. I wonder how impactful that's been in the rounds that we've played. So I'd be very interested in seeing this one from the start and how he's able to stabilize and then begin to build that card advantage.
Yeah, Shadow's Verdict, there really aren't that many mass removal effects in this set. You have the Planar Cleansing effect, the Undo Inversion in white, but that is 8 mana and, not generally going to be very good in terms of stabilizing the board. So Shadow's Verdict is really one of the only mass removal effects in this whole set, and Legend really ending up with it perfectly slotting into his value strategy. So we will try and bring you some Legend VD action after our break in round number 3. For now, all of our matches have finished. So we are going to go for a break, and before we do that, we just want to let everybody know, to let our viewers know, if you are here on the LFM network for the 3 p.m. Rise of the Veiled Alliance episode, that's actually going to happen a bit later on because of this tournament going on today. It's going to happen after the conclusion of this tournament, and we are in round number 2 right now. We're expecting, we've just finished round number 2, and we're expecting 5 rounds today. So just to give you some idea, we're running roughly about 30 minutes, 25-30 minutes around right now. So for those of you who are here for that, stick around, maybe get into some MTG, who knows. As for me and Travis, we're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll have action from round number 3. So tune in, stick with us, and we'll go to our sponsors now for a few messages.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
Yeah, this is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the LFM Network Streamer Showdown. This is the very first draft edition of this event, so we are very excited to be bringing it to you. My name is Haya, and I'm here with Travis Sowers, otherwise known as Semulin. And Travis, how are you feeling about the draft today? We've seen a couple of rounds already, and we've seen a good mix of the decks available. So how do you think the pod was in general?
This was a good pod, and I think all of the players managed to get into at least something close to the deck that was open for their seat. I mean, what I'm really feeling is that I wish we could go back and watch everybody draft and comment through all of them, because I need to see what Legend did to get this deck together. It's pretty impressive, but just looking through it, it doesn't look like anybody did a terrible job. I don't see anybody with decks that I'd be embarrassed to play. We've got a good group today.
Yeah, for sure. And the caliber of the competitors in this event certainly very high indeed. In our upper bracket finals, upper bracket finals feeding into the grand finals, should I say, we are going to have Ben Stark and Legend VD, and they are going to be our feature match for this round. I just wanted to quickly update everyone what's happening on the lower bracket. So we had Mythic Michaela and Amazonian in the lower bracket round 2, and they Mythic Michaela came out on top, so she's going to be battling against Voxy in this round, and Lord Tupperware beat Jamie Tuffles in round 2 of the lower bracket as well. So Lord Tupperware is going to be playing against Floopy Minks, and those are going to be the two matchups in the lower bracket for this round. But we are going to stick with upper bracket action, at least to start with. We're going to have Ben Stark against Legend VD, and there's quite a lot at stake here. Not just entry into the finals, but I believe if you win the upper bracket, you're going to get kind of an advantage in the final.
A small advantage, you might say. You'll be up an entire game, which is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
So, like, you're really going to have to struggle your way through the lower bracket to make it up into the grand finals. Like, it could be a best of one match depending on who wins that last game. And it's really going to depend. Like, I'm interested in who that champion is going to be of the upper bracket, because one of these decks is capable of closing out a game very quickly. That would be Ben's. And another one is going to take a lot more time. And I think that might be a more forgiving one to face. So if you're rooting for anybody in the lower bracket, I think you should be on Team Legend for this finals here.
And, just thinking about Legend's deck and about Ben Stark's deck that we got to watch the draft of earlier, who do you think's coming out on top in this classic battle of Stompy versus Value?
I think Value can do it if Legend can stabilize. So I'm going to put my vote here. The Shadow's Verdict gets rid of a lot of the threats that I'm really concerned of from Ben's deck. The only thing he's got going that kind of dodges that is the Canopy Baloth, the Phylath, and then Random Stomper and Warrior. So that card is very good against Ben's deck, and it's in the main deck for Legend. So I think that gives him a slight edge, and he's got the tools to find it. That said, if he doesn't, Ben is going to kill him very quickly.
And Shadow's Verdict is one of the only cards in this format that really deals with Scoot Swarm very well once it gets going as well. So we'll see whether Legend can string that together. Having a look at this opening hand, a couple of Swamps, Tazim Royal Mage, Expedition Diviner, Merfolk Falconer, and then the 2 black removal spells, Soul Shatter and Deadly Alliance.
This is a keep, but it's not a particularly happy one. If you look through Legend's list, he's actually running 17, 18, 19 lands. So I think you can pretty safely keep this. As we've noticed before, it's pretty punishing to mulligan and limited. I wouldn't be crazy to send it back looking for that blue mana, but I think that one was reasonable adjacent. Looks like Ben's keeping it fair and mulliganing as well.
Yeah, Ben keeping a 2-lander as well, Akoum Warrior Forest, as well as Nalakoni, Vine Gecko, Scoot Swarm, Might of Marasa, and Phylath World Sculptor, which we have not yet seen hit the battlefield, but could do so if this game goes a little bit longer. Legend, though, decides to keep this 6 Cleric of Chill Depths, Cascade Seer, the Diviner, Falconer, and that Deadly Alliance that was just the pickup for this turn. So Legend really on the lookout for lands here.
And he's likely to find them. He's playing plenty of lands in this deck. The Cleric is a pretty decent blocker against the Gecko, and as we know, Ben doesn't really have any ways to kick anything and grow that outside of the Might of Marasa. I'm wondering if he'd consider attacking here and using the Might.
decides to just hold back for now, get this Scoot Swarm online, and Legend just rips 2 lands off the top in quick succession. And here's the danger of playing out that Scoot Swarm early. You're going to put it in the way of your opponent's first removal spell.
True, but at the same time, after saying we know there's not much in Ben's deck that can interact with that Gecko, he's got the 2 cards that interact with that Gecko in his hand. So I don't think he cares if the Swarm dies, because he can just play a Gnarlrid Colony and have a 3/3 and kind of ignore all of this. And this is a strong read by Legend to decide, I don't care about the Shoot Swarm right now. I need to know why this is getting played out early.
It goes for that Cascade Seer, scries 2, which is very nice indeed. That Cleric being a Cleric in blue. Wow, and here's Gnarlid Colony, enabling this Vine Gecko to get in for 3.
One thing that Legend does have going for him here is we mentioned during Ben's draft that he's a little weak to flyers, and it looks like Legend's plan to close out a game is 4/4 and 3/2 flyers. So this might be a spot for him to try to land one of those flyers, take a hit from the Gnarlrid Colony, and see if he can get into this game.
Merfolk Falconer looking very tempting indeed for Legend, but he's just thinking about this Deadly Alliance as well. Or perhaps even the Expedition Diviner.
Well, I could play the Divner and get a discount on the Deadly Alliance, but I still think I like the Falconeer here. If there was another Wizard in play, I think the Divner would make a little more sense, as you could try to potentially cash that in for a card, but he already knows that he's going to hit another 4/4 next turn. Like, there's even some argument to consider trading this one off for the Colony.
Right, trade off your Falconer and then just say, hey, I have another 4/4 flyer. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's a line. I doubt that he'll do it. I don't think that I would either.
Let's see what Ben finds. There is a 5th land drop. That's Spikefield Hazard.
Yeah, he's got a pretty solid attack with this Colony.
Yeah, any time that you could trade your 4/4 on the ground for a 4/4 in the air, you're snapping at that opportunity. And do you think Ben plays out this Arbor Mage?
I think there was a possibility, but he's so close to just being able to slam 6 drops over and over. I don't see a compelling reason to play it out there. He doesn't, it doesn't block anything.
And now Legend having a nice read of Scoot Swarm, because this is the last turn in which he could possibly remove it without it going exponential.
And it's worth noting that the deck lists are open here, so Ben is aware that there's a Shadow's Verdict in the opposing deck. I think that's probably another indication of why he didn't play out the Arbor Mage.
Very good point, Travis. Normally, when you're queuing up on Arena, or when you go to your LGS for your Friday night draft, you're not going to be able to know in advance what's in your opponent's deck. But for our players here, it is open deck list, so everyone can see what's going on in each other's lists and prepare accordingly. Here's that upkeep stop for Legend in Ben S's upkeep.
I think that means he wants to Deadly Alliance the Swarm here before it gets even more out of control. Which is awkward, just looking at Ben's hand and knowing how much more gas he has.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, but you can kill it with the trigger on the stack, right? And it won't make a copy?
Judge? I think the trigger still happens. I'm not entirely sure, but if you're going to do it, you would need to do it now. Regardless of how it plays out, Ben's hand is pretty stacked, and he's also getting the signal that Shadow's Verdict that he was worried about, he doesn't need to be worried about it anymore.
All right, so Legend saying, this Scoot Swarm is not going to kill me just now. I'm going to let it go. Hold up this Deadly Alliance.
He's going to kill something that the Shadow's Verdict wouldn't kill, leaving himself a very live top deck.
And just such good awareness of what's potentially coming. You know, he's seen Ben's deck list, he knows Fireleth is a possibility, and rewarded here, Deadly Alliance taking that one down. Fireleth, did make a bunch of 0-1 plants, but those are not going to get bigger with those triggers. Into the Royal draw for Legend.
What do you even do with that? He's just so mana deprived over here.
Yeah, you don't particularly want to bounce Gnarled Colony, I guess. You can maybe take out the token Scoot Swarm, but
that battle's over. It doesn't matter what you bounce. You're looking for the Shadow's Verdict. So there's an argument to make the same play you did last turn. Maybe hold back, bounce whatever gets played here, cross your fingers that Shadow's Verdict is on top. Because I think he's recognized that that's likely his only out to the board state as it is. He could then find another way potentially to deal with the Stomper. What else does he have in here that would interact with that? He's already used Deadly Alliance, but he's got Mauling and 2 Soul Shatters. So it's reasonable that he could take that out, as well as a Skulker if he could potentially keep his life total high enough and turn that on. Although, as I'm looking through here, that Skulker is just a 2-mana 2/2 in this deck.
Yeah, there really are not very many rogues at all in Legends Blue-Black list. Not something you see a lot, but this is a very wizard-heavy list. I believe there's 8 or 9 wizards at least in the main deck here for Legend VD, and making use of that scry ability on the Merfolk Falconer with the kicked into the Royal. But look at this, Ben S just developing out Kazandu Stomper, and there's just nothing going on Legend side of the board that matches up to that in size.
Yeah, not to mention the cute swarm is beginning to grow. I think the amount of time that Legend has to find the answer to the board state as it stands already, further into a way to deal with the Stomper is starting to get low. There's a chance that Ben, knowing that one of the potential outs out there is the board sweeper, just holds this colony and tries to see how far he can push the Stomper. But there's phase 1. We've got to deal with the Stomper, and the Stomper is dealt with.
Yeah, Soul Shatter, not your ordinary Edict effect.
Normal Edict would not be great here.
No, it would be really awful. But this one does take out your opponent's biggest, or at least highest CMC creature or planeswalker, I believe. So is that Kazandu Stomper. Not long for this world. Then finds another land off the top, but you got to think that more mana has got to be good here for Ben with a lot of these kicker cards in hand.
It could be. It depends on how he wants to play this. If he goes Arbor Mage on the Stomper to try to kind of close things out quickly, that could fare poorly for him given the Edict. I mean, It's hard for it to fare that poorly, though, is it? He's still getting in a ton of damage.
Wow.
There we go. Put it on the 0/1. I like it.
It doesn't even need to use the Stomper. It just says your cleric has to block this inconsequential plan. Come on, Ben. Attack with all the plants.
You've got to send a message. So Soul Shatter works for converted mana cost, not power and toughness. So the Might of Marassa doesn't really interact with that card.
Yes. Yes, you're right. All right. Looks like definitely the one that has the lure on it. That one's going to be attacking. Soul Shatter takes down the 6/5 as predicted.
It's worth noting that Ben's at 8.
He is at 8.
That was not the verdict we wanted. Was it the verdict we deserved? Because if we don't have an attack here, it's going to be very difficult for us to close out this game. This was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, given the mulligan and the way these early turns developed. But I think I'm starting to see how Legend was able to stabilize.
Yeah, these 5-mana 4/4 flyers, they are a beating, and Legend was able to scry multiple times, using that effect, and had that Cascade Seer before as well. So Legend really able to go through his deck, trying to find things that are available. But here we go, huge attack in from the team, and there are not going to be enough blockers here to stop the onslaught, and that is going to do it for game number 1. Ben S with a Gruul Landfall Stompy taking down the first one against Legend VD, who was unable to find that Shadow's Verdict to save his chances of that game.
I think if I'm Legend, I'm interested in getting a Mind Drain in here and maybe cutting that Rogue. It doesn't block anything reasonable. And we do see him bringing in the Mind Drain. I like that a lot. From Ben's perspective, I don't know that we need a whole lot. Maybe the Warrior as an early reasonable blocker. And it looks like he's thinking about that. I might want a Zendikon, and I think he picked one up. I can't quite see what's on the board over there. But I might consider that as just something to block all of these 4/4 flyers.
Looks like this Taunting Arbor Mage, or at least one of them, is going to hit the sideboard. And honestly, Travis, I just want to point out for a lot of our viewers who maybe play a lot of Best of One, or haven't played a lot of Magic competitive Limited at the higher levels, sideboarding is very important in Limited.
It is, and it can be intimidating initially. And a lot of people, when they get to the first level of sideboarding, they'll think of, do I have an enchantment removal card like Disenchant in my sideboard, and does my opponent have an enchantment to interact with it? But there's a second level to it of like, what cards are actively bad in this matchup? So we can see Ben looking to bring in a Tormenting Voice and maybe cut some cards that would die to the Verdict. If your opponent has a lot of cards that are damaging to creatures with 1 toughness, and you have a lot of creatures with 1 toughness, maybe you want to take some of those out. So I think it adds a level of depth to Limited that I really enjoy having there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love to see that Subtle Strike coming in for Legend VD as well. Subtle Strike, or Skullduggery at the 1-mana version, one of my favorite combat tricks of all time. I think it's the same for a lot of people out there. And that Subtle Strike, especially when your opponent is playing a card like Scoot Swarm, can just be really punishing. So love to see Legend VD bring that in. And look at this hand. Rare Removal, indeed, was the name of Legend's deck, and Double Soul Shatter Hagram Walling in the opener here for Legend.
Yeah, that Subtle Strike was a really good include for him. I didn't even think about that, but we've seen a lot of cards that he could immediately kill with it that are impactful, from the Scythe Cats to the Cute Swarm, all of it. So I think that was a really good call.
Oh, how about this? Divination on the play. What more could you want?
You could want to develop your board while having a Wrath for your opponents, I guess.
All right, Travis. Ever the sensible voice of reason. Here's Kazandu Mammoth. That's coming in for 5. Expedition Diviner looking a little bit too small in comparison, but here's Shadow's Verdict. Gonna take the clean 2 for 1 here for Legend VD and get in with that flyer as well.
And that Tormenting Voice from the sideboard is looking a little more reasonable here as the board's gone, but Legend can deploy that, not even worried about it, because he can get it back later with that Royal Mage.
Royal Mage getting back a sweeper is just so gross. I love that so much. And Legend says, I have infinite of these Expedition Diviners. How many do you want? I have them all. Akoum Warrior hits the battlefield, but with 2 Soul Shatters in hand, they don't even look like going to be much of a threat.
No, and we could just bounce the first one, start getting the damage in, Soul Shatter it away when it gets replayed. This is what we know in the business as tempo. And right now, Ben is getting a bit tempoed out by just flyers.
Tempo, one of the most controversial terms in all of Magic.
I agree, and everybody has a different...
Yeah, as you say. No one can quite really agree on how to use the term tempo, but certainly we are seeing these flyers do a number on Ben's life total. Down to 8. There's a Phylath, but with the trigger on the stack, that's going away.
So we've got a lot of O1s left over, but these aren't really doing anything. And now Legend has his choice of what cards to get back. Does he want to have solid removal spells? Does he want 6 mana draw 3? A lot of options for him here.
What are you getting here if you're Legend?
I think I like the Divination, just so we can kind of catch up on the cards at hand. And we've already dealt with one of the bigger threats that we're going to see over there. So I think I like the divination here, but I could respect a shatter because we can have that up now.
Full value all the time, says Legend. Let's get that field research out of the graveyard.
Yeah, that's really the only card I was worried about on the other side is if Ben top decks the 6/5, it could start to do something, but I suspect he'll be dead in the air long before that's relevant because he needs to deploy that and be able to Rabid Bite. That would leave him at 2. And I think Legend can find the last bits of damage or a removal spell for the Stomper with this divination.
I believe there was a Hagra Mauling in hand, but the Hagra Mauling is now on the battlefield as a land. So I wonder if there are more removal spells, more spot removals for this Stomper. Certainly, Ben's going to go down to 2 this time.
Chilling Trap would be good enough to get him to win.
How about Deadly Alliance?
Oh, sure. Let's just draw both of them. That makes it easier.
Why not? So Ben S going down to 2 from this Exposition Diviner finds a 3rd copy of Rabid Bite.
But without the 6/5, it's not going to do him any good. Those plants can bite as much as they want, but they're never going to take down that wizard.
Wait, but Ben can play Rabid Bite, get the Kazando Stomper killed, and then still play that Gnarlid Colony, I believe.
Yeah, and then he can take it out there. So I would have liked to have had... Did we have an opportunity to play that land or no?
No, I don't believe so. I believe the land drop is already made to make that 4th mana for Deadly Alliance. So, okay, Ben S, at 2 life, but has at least the ground gummed up. Although it's not going to be long, we think, before Legend finds another flyer. And there it is, Merfolk Falconer, one of 2 copies that we've seen Legend deploy this match already.
And these plant tokens actually mattered in this matchup. Like, they prevented enough damage to keep Ben in the game a little longer. I don't think at the end of the day it's going to matter that much, but it's giving him some extra time.
All right, Merfolk Falconer comes down. Let's see what Ben can find. Basic Mountain, that's not going to do it. Cleansing Wildfire is a redraw, though. Let's see. One more draw, and this game is done. Tangled Florahedron, not going to do it. Ben scoops it up. We are going to see a decider here in our upper bracket finals, and definitely a worthy matchup to go games, Travis. These 2 decks, both very nice indeed, very well drafted, and I'm excited to see what happens.
I think these are 2 of the best decks we'd had in the pod for sure, and it's not really an upper bracket finals if we don't go to 3 games. Another aspect of sideboarding that can be a little non-intuitive is like it matters whether you're going to be on the play or the draw, which cards you will want to have access to in your deck. So at this point, I expect we're seeing both players just kind of go through and do a quick review of, does the fact that I know I'm going second really change anything here? And does the fact that I know I'm going first change anything? I don't think it does, but it's worth taking a minute to think that through.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of cards. I'm thinking especially of cards like Akum Hellhound or some of maybe the smaller creatures that are going to be much better on the play and draw. Legend with this very nice opening hand to Zeemerald Mage, Exposition Diviner, the 2 wizards, but Subtle Strike, Shadow's Verdict, and Blood Beckoning as well. What more could you want?
Not much. This is a really good opener for Legend.
Yeah, gonna get this Royal Mage deck early. There's that Beckoning in hand. Let's have a look at what Ben's working with. Gnarlid Colony is down already. Kazandu Mammoth is available this turn, as well as Rabid Bite, Broken Wings, and Cleansing Wildfire.
Yeah, so expect we'll see the Mammoth into Wildfire, and Legend may not be aware of exactly how much damage can be forced through with this Mammoth next turn. Because we really don't have anything to do right now, except for hold up Subtle Strike, which could still get a Scythe Cat or a Cute Swarm or something else, but I don't think we're going to get a ton of value out of that.
Yeah, it looks like Legend will be taking quite a big hit from this Mammoth, at least for one turn. Does find a Hagra Mauling, which will be online in a couple of turns' time.
He may need to play it out, though. I think that's what he's thinking about, is I'm probably going to want Shadow's Verdict on turn 5. I know I'm not doing anything this turn. Can I afford to hold this? I think you probably need to take that gamble, but he's about to take a pretty big beating off of this Mammoth.
So, as we've seen Ben do multiple times in this tournament already, using Cleansing Wildfire to enable these landfall triggers. That's going to get a forest out of the library. And Ben still has a land drop to follow up. Oh, wow, and finds Tormenting Voice.
Casual 3-mana 7/7 seems fair.
Honestly, Travis, I instinctively went to check whether Ben had Embercleave mana, just from having died to this Mammoth so many times in Constructed. I was like, just a double red, and I was like, no, wait, we're safe from the Embercleave, at least for now.
Here's that turn where not playing out the Mauling are a bit of a concern, because Legend is really going to want to be able to cast that Shadow's Verdict next turn, and he may not have the opportunity.
Just really thinking about how to make best use of these spells. Wow, actually goes for the Expedition Diviner.
I think he's probably recognized that if he doesn't hit the next land, he's going to be really far behind and have to play some catch up. Like knowing what Ben has in hand, obviously we would have liked to have played out the Cleric and held up mana for the Subtle Strike, and Ben drawing yet another X1 kind of just forces that point home even further.
Wow, and Ben making full use of that 5 mana, gets to Rabid Bite away this Diviner, coming in for 5, and Legend is down to 8 and does not find the untapped source for Shadow's Verdict. And the thing's looking very tough now for Legend VD.
Very tough indeed, but this may be his turn to actually get back in it. If we can play the Cleric, chump block the Mammoth, just go ahead and accept that Hagra's Mauling is a land. We know looking at Ben's hand, he's just got another thing that dies to the Verdict. Hopefully he'll play that out from Legend's perspective, because I think that's his path to victory.
It's going to be a very tense few moments if he does take that line, because, you know, he knows as well as we do that there are 4 copies of Rabid Bite in the 40 card main deck for Ben Stark. Wow, and actually just passes the turn. And look at this, Travis. If he'd taken that line, Ben would have found the Rabid Bite.
And that would have been game over. So as it turns out, this was the right call.
No combat.
Probably still have to take out the Mammoth. This makes sense.
Okay. Mammoth down. Scythe only comes in for 3. Legend still at a pretty healthy 5 life. And there it is. The 5th untapped land. And wow, Legend's play looks so sick now. Saying, of course, I had it all along. Here's Shadow's Verdict. Take down your only 2 Remettes, and Ben S only working with 2 Rabid Bites and a Broken Wings in hand. Oh my goodness. That was so tense, but geez, if you're a Legend VD fan, you're going to be standing up on your feet cheering, because that was a huge swing.
It was, and it was the right call. It was the right call because, again, knowing Ben's list, he was just dead. He was dead with the other line, and this one worked out perfectly. He doesn't even mind that dying because it's all coming back.
Oh, and Ben continuing to not get any threats out on the battlefield. Here's Blood Beckoning. Even has the mana to play out this Cleric for a bit of insurance. And let's think now about, we've got to think now about Ben's deck and what ways he has to close out these last 5 points of damage.
I mean, this is kind of part of it.
Hey?
I'm wondering if he, like, we didn't play a land, right?
No.
Okay, so he could still use this to get the Falconeer that he knows is coming with the Rabid Bites.
Right, so the Falconer comes down. There's the first Rabid Bite, and we know there's the Subtle Strike.
God, that almost prices him into casting the other Rabid Bite to answer it.
It does. And it, because Ben did not play that land pre-combat, so that mountain can attack this turn.
Well, it was still tapped from the Cleric previous turn.
Gotcha. And this Mind Drain, Legend thinks, this Mind Drain probably not getting much better.
I think he wants to Deadly Alliance the mountain first and then Mind Drain it. Because like the mountain is still a bit of an issue, but getting rid of that last card, like we know it's only another land. From Legend's perspective, it could be something terrifying.
It could indeed. And Ben S just finds another basic mountain off the top. Oh my goodness. Into the Royal. One in the argument for the best common in the set, Travis.
Well, from the Blue Mage's perspective, I suppose one would think that. But even as someone who like doesn't necessarily have a color preference, Into the Royal's pretty dang good. And this is one of the reasons why. You can just get a large amount of tempo here. And like this is a tempo card, right? We can agree on that.
This is a tempo card. I will agree with you for sure.
It's a tempo card and half of a divination. Yeah, maybe it is one of the best commons in the set.
And especially, when you think about cards like Territorial Scythe Cat, like the Prowling Felidar that get all these counters on it, sometimes using it Into the Royal to reset that can just be very punishing indeed, as we see it cast on that Nissa Zendikon.
Yeah, the only challenge there is you can't actually bounce the land because Into the Royal says target non-land permanent. So we do have to hand back over the Zendikon. The Geyser Mage can take care of that later, though.
Merfolk Falconer, Cunning Geyser Mage, and Deadly Alliance. And Legend has 7 mana to work with, so a little bit awkward if Legend wants to double spell.
Yeah, he knows about the Zendikon, so we've got a 4/4 coming that we need to deal with, and I think the Flyers are his win condition. God, is he in a position where he just needs to trade off this Falconeer?
Well, I think this is his first Falconer of the game, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
no, the other one did get Rabid Bited down, so this is the only one we've got left.
Right. That makes sense. Okay, so it looks like for now it's going to be delay the problem. Get this Scythe Cat back in hand with that Geyser Mage. Does not go for the attack though.
We'd potentially have to double block the Zendikon.
Here's Cleansing Wildfire to enable this double landfall potentially yet again, depending on what is drawn. Ooh, Kazandru Stomper the draw. And that's going to make this Scythe Cat kind of scary.
It is, because it's going to make it arbitrarily large pretty quickly, and it's something that needs to be killed on its own, so that's going to end up trading for the Deadly Alliance, and then we've still got the cat left over to worry about, knowing that it's going to continue growing. So this went from looking like Legend has this in the bag to looking like he may need a little bit else.
This game has just developed so interestingly. In the early game, Ben was so dominant, so out ahead on the board, and that Shadow's Verdict really turning things around for Legend. There's Scoot Swarm for Ben.
It just doesn't stop. We may need another Royal Mage from Legend's perspective. We've already used one, but there's one left in the deck.
Yeah, this Scoot Swarm, if Legend was at a bit of a higher life total, he could maybe afford to ignore it for a little while, but when he's at 2, like each one of those tokens is half of your life total. going to be the Stomper to start off with, though.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to play the land here too. You know you're getting another token from that one. You can make another attack next turn that's going to deal at least 1 point of damage with the Scythe Cat. So this is just an awkward spot for Legend to be stuck in.
You have to kill something, though, right?
Yeah, you've got to kill the Stomper.
So Deadly Alliance going to send Stomper to the graveyard. Skyclave Plunder, that's going to be, that can refill the hand for Legend, but does he have time?
I don't think he does. I think he has to play the 4/4, block everything, and then draw the cards.
Yeah, these wizards just do not have a lot of toughness, and when that Scythe Cat having trample on the other side is really throwing a spanner in the works there for Legend.
Yeah, and even a removal, he's currently dead to a removal spell already just from the trample. So I would be concerned here. Now, there's an argument that you can play out the Skyclave Plunder and find something to do, and that's what he's going to need here.
There's the Royal Mage we were talking about. And if you would research, that doesn't affect the board, but it's more cards. But this is so awkward because Legend is just 1 mana away from being able to play out that Falconer as well this turn.
Yeah, that kind of means we need to play out the Royal Mage to chump because we already know there's a 4/4 haste coming our way. And at 2, we just don't have enough blockers for that. Yeah, getting a Shatter would have been great there, but we didn't get one.
Yeah, one of those 2 copies of Soul Shatter would have really helped things. Oh, wow. Does Legend have to try and draw a Chilling Trap?
Huh, he might.
Is that the plan? This must be like plan E or plan F here for Legend, but just looking at the deck list, the way that he's tapping.
That's definitely what he's looking for. Now, he's got a line to stay alive for another turn if he plays the Royal Mage. I think you have to take that one.
Yeah, it ends up having to go for the Royal Mage. Tangled Florahedron, not necessarily the threat that Ben was looking for, but that can be a land for the landfall cards.
The way the blocks have to go now, Florahedron's a lethal attacker. If Ben plays out the Zendikon and attacks with it, Legend's going to 1, so he's going to have to be afraid of that little guy.
Who'd have thunk it? Tangled Florahedron charging in potentially for lethal in this deciding game of the upper bracket finals here. And just a reminder for our viewers, the winner of this match gets a huge advantage in the grand finals because they will actually get to be a game up against whoever makes it through from the lower bracket. So, that's the reward you get for making it through the upper bracket. And both players really want that game advantage.
Yeah, and Ben is just stuck here with a plethora of options, all of which are very, very good. He can just continue to cast out creatures and hold the Zendikon. He can play the Swarm, play a land, play the Florahedron. We could go for the damage now. I feel like whichever direction he goes, it's probably a good one.
Does go for that Scoot Swarm. The land drop makes another Scoot Swarm. Here's another 1/1. And basic island off the top, not necessarily what Legend was looking for, but potentially enabling some more spells to be cast off this field research.
Yeah, I think the reason Ben went for the Cute Swarm that turn is he couldn't finish off the game that turn anyway. So let's instead play out one of the Cute Swarms, knowing that there's the Soul Shatters in the deck. And that means that if there's only one of them, we could sacrifice the Swarm, keep the Scythe Cat alive, and all of a sudden it's very close to lethal on its own next turn. So I think we need a really good divination here is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Legend doesn't look like he thinks he can afford to kick it for that extra card. Oh my goodness. Disaster here for Legend as he just finds 2 basic islands off the divination. His deck has betrayed him. And Merfolk Falconer is going to come down, but this, we know. Oh my goodness. Roiling regrowth off the top of Ben Stark, and that, as we know, can do a lot of work in these landfall decks.
It can, but he doesn't even need it. He's got lethal 2 different ways. It's like, which way would you like to kill them? He's elected the way of Nissa's Zendikon, and that'll put this one right out of reach for Legend. Is there anything that Legend could have here? I don't think so. I think you go for this.
No, I mean, Subtle Strike, has he seen... That Subtle Strike was this game, right? This game has just gone on for so long.
It was, but I think what we see here has been recognizing that he can go for lethal and still have the regrowth up. And so even if there is anything, we've still got the option to put more counters on the cat, make more bugs.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot that can be done. That 5/4 has trample, remember? So the best that Legend can do here is maybe trade with the 5/4, go for, you know, a chump on the Zendikon.
Yeah, so that's what we have somebody in chat pointing out, that there could be the Wizard's Trap, the Chilling Trap in the deck. So I think that's what Ben is playing around with this attack. But he's got this with that Roiling Regrowth in hand.
Yeah, the Roiling Regrowth for sure. You know, 2 extra counters on the Scythe Cat at instant speed. It is 2, right? Yeah, because you sack a land, you get 2. So Legend really thinking about the blocks. There are just no good blocks. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is like, you can think as much as you want, but the blocks aren't getting any better. This is the best option that he has, is potentially chumping there and taking 1 from one of the swarms. But it's this actually, does this soak enough to give him 1 more turn?
I believe this is not lethal.
Yeah, because we're soaking. No, it's still lethal with the regrowth.
No, it's still lethal. Yeah, because it would be 7 power against 6 toughness, and then that 1/1 coming through as well would be lethal. Wow, if Legend just had 1 more life point to work with here, this game would look very different. But in the end, just going to let that attack through. We're going to see the defeat screen come up, and Ben Stark, our featured drafter for all the way from round 1 this morning, taking down the upper bracket finals against Legend VD's very nice blue-black Wizards value deck. So we're going to see Ben Stark go straight through to the grand finals, and we'll have a game advantage over his opponent, whoever that may be. But as for Legend VD, he's now going to drop into the lower brackets, and he's going to have another chance at potentially making the finals here. So it's not over yet for Legend VD by any stretch, but Ben Stark, congratulations, straight through to the finals. Are you surprised to see him there, Travis?
I mean, Ben Stark winning it limited in 2020? No, this does not surprise me at all. That was a really good draft, really good gameplay.
All right, so after that marathon of a match, we are going to go away and take a little break before we bring you some action from the lower bracket, hopefully. So we'll get to see who's going to be joining Ben in the grand finals. Meanwhile, we'll leave you with a few messages from our sponsor, and we'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Toby. I play Rysar Wathamir, the Elven Wizard, in LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse. Rysar is not the strongest, he's not the toughest, he's not the fastest. But he does believe he's part of an ancient elven prophecy to save his people. So, he is not afraid to break a few familiar eggs to make that sweet, tasty, delicious omelette. Love him or hate him, you can't fault an elf for trying, even if it takes the odd, even if anything takes the odd murder along the way. So, tune into LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse to see which familiar or other person I'll sacrifice next. Okay, then.
Hello, my friends from all around the world. Welcome back to the Looking for More Network. My name's Hayu, and I'm here with Travis Sowers, and we are bringing you the first ever draft edition of the LFM Streamer Showdown in Magic the Gathering. And I just wanted to say to everybody that here the 3 p.m. Rise of the Veiled Alliance episode, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer because of our tournament today. That is actually going to be showing after we conclude, which we think will be in... there's 3 more rounds of Magic to show you. Let's just say that. So in about 3 rounds time, you're here for Rise of the Veiled Alliance. Maybe stick around, learn something about Magic the Gathering. Otherwise, if you are here for draft, you've come at the right time. We are actually about to head down to the lower bracket. We've already seen Ben Stark charge his way through the upper bracket, making it through to the grand finals that way. And we're going to find out now who's going to be joining him from the lower bracket. And just to let everyone know, this is going to be the semi-finals of the lower bracket. And it's going to be between Mythic Michaela and Lord Tupperware. Michaela defeating Voxy and Amazonian on her way through the lower bracket, and Lord Tupperware defeating Jamie Topples and Floopy Minks to make it this far, Travis.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 good decks here. We saw Ethan's earlier where he's kind of got a green-red party deck with some heavy hitters in the Minotaur, the Veteran Adventurer. We haven't gotten to see Michaela's deck yet. It's interestingly a similar approach to what we saw Legend go for, whereas almost blue-black wizards. This one has a relic amulet, some rogue elements, and some solid value pieces. It's a little more aggressive in that we have more 2-drops, even a 1-drop in the Zulaport Duelist, and we don't have that board sweeper. So I think this will be an interesting one to watch play out.
Yeah, Michaela's deck looking a little bit like a wizard rogue hybrid deck. We see a couple of Tazim Royal Mages, as well as a couple of Wind Rider Wizards and an Expedition Diviner, but we also see 3 copies of Sure-Footed Infiltrator, which is the uncommon 4-drop rogue that when you tap another rogue, I believe it becomes unblockable, and when it's a player, you can draw it. That one actually could let Michaela run away with the value game here.
Yeah, that's quite an engine there. And as you mentioned, she's got the Wind Rider Wizards to help her find the cards that she needs to find. We've got Acquisitions Expert to provide a little bit of disruption. There's even a Subtle Strike that could potentially buff those infiltrators and make them a realistic clock, as well as some sort of value. So I like a lot of what she's doing here.
And looking over at the other side, we saw a little bit of Lord Tupperware's deck in action earlier on, but it was kind of brief. So let's just tell everybody what's in his deck. The 1-drop slot, he does have the Sneaking Guide, so that's a nice start to any low-curve red deck in this format. At the 2-drop slot, he has Goma Founder Vanguard. That one's pretty powerful. Brushfire Elemental, Stonework Pack Beast, Fisher Wizard. And at the 3-drop slot, double Ardent Electromancer. I love to see that.
Yeah, he's looking to do some cheese here with Sneaking Guide into Gomafada Vanguard, into Electromancer, Shatter Skull Minotaur. Good game, I think, is what he's gunning for. We've also got a Rockslide Sorcerer that's doing some work here. There's a reasonable number of wizards in here with the 2 Electromancers that you mentioned, a Fisher Wizard, a Pack Beast, and a couple of spells. So we could see that doing some work as well. And then I also saw a Thundering Spark Mage in here. And you can see that Ethan has put this Veteran Adventurer right in the 4-drop slot. It costs 6 mana, but he knows what's up. In his curve in the deck list he submitted, he's put this Veteran Adventurer right there in the 4-drop slot. So that's, as far as he's concerned, a 4-mana 5/5.
We'll see how that works out for him as we head down into game number 1. Looks like Michaela was on the play, I believe, but we are seeing Lord Tupperware develop out this Fisher Wizard on turn number 2, but there's... Oh, no, there is a 3rd land for Michaela. It is that Zoth Consumption, which tricked me a little bit into thinking Michaela didn't have that land drop.
How would you like to kill your X1s? Because she's got so many options here. We can Subtle Strike, we could be Patient and Relic Amulet. I like the strike here. It uses all of her mana, and she can Amulet and Chilling Trap next turn if she really wants to kill a guide. And we mentioned, as we were talking a little bit about the format, like how important it is to get those party members off the table. She's doing that immediately.
Ardent Electromancer comes down that is still able to make 2 mana to get this Stonework Pack Beast out. So, Lord Tupperware is still able to get some of these party synergies going, but has not quite found the green mana yet to enable this Rabid Bite and the Paragon to come down. Michaela finds the 4th land. And has quite a few different options now. Are you tempted to use this Expert to get a look at what's going on?
I don't hate playing the Amulet and the Expert, but I suspect we're going to attack first because we know Ethan's going to, being able to see his hand, we know Ethan's going to value that Pack Beast a lot. That could enable a Rabid Bite for him if he has to. And I think I like just using all the mana and playing the threat because now we can play the Acquisitions Expert next turn and use it to get the Infiltrator in.
The first of 3 copies of Sure-Footed Infiltrator in the deck. That's going to be taken out by the Rabid Bite, and Ethan, having to use that filter ability on the Stonework Pack Beast, but got the job done, got that big threat off the battlefield.
That Skycleave Shade is a beating. I think I still like playing 2 spells this turn from Michaela, like probably Amulet into Expert. It's a little scary, but like trading that for the Pack Beast would be super value. Then we can get the Amulet going.
Yeah, this does make a lot of sense because, with your opponent stuck on 3 lands, that Mind Drain is probably still going to be useful in a little bit later into the game than you would normally expect out of a card like that. So pretty heads-up play from Michaela here. Acquisition Expert, that's going to get rid of the Expedition Champion.
And I think Ethan needs a land here or this is kind of done. Not that land, though.
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Travis. Tap land comes off the top in the form of Kazil's Fury. Now, Michaela is at 12. Is there a race possibility here?
If we don't know what's in Michaela's hand, maybe. Given that we do, I think that's going to be incredibly difficult for him. Because we can get the 3/2 out now. We can play the land down. But that Mind Rot is just going to take care of all of this.
So Acquisitions Expert doing a nice job of trading for that Pack Beast.
We talked about 2-for-1s being a way to win limited, and Acquisitions Expert did exactly that.
And here we go. Mind Drain, only 1 card to get rid of, but it's a nice one. Thundering Spark Mage hits the bin. Well, Michaela's actually going to get in with this Skyclave Shade. A couple of 3/2s on the other side of the battlefield, but Ethan's empty-handed now, living off the top of his library.
Yeah, she's not going to get to draw a card off of this trap, but she's going to be able to prevent 3 damage and get a counter on the Amulet, which I think leaves this in her advantage. I do think you have to fire it off now.
Yeah. Looks like Michaela agrees with you. That counter on the Amulet is so valuable here when both the creatures on the other side of the battlefield only have 2 toughness.
One's a bit awkward because we can't deploy it this turn too, but Ethan's going to have to chump next turn without a top deck from his side. Wow, that's bold. Okay.
Wow. Just play out the Sure-Footed Infiltrator. Wow, Taunting Arbor Mage. Oh, but Ethan does not have the mana to kick it.
Yeah, he may be in a situation where he has to attack with both of these and play the Arbor Mage to block. And hope that she's worried about a combat trick. This seems like this is slipping away from him.
But then he'll be empty-handed, right? So the...
Oh yeah, if she doesn't block, she wins the game. What is there in his deck that could...
Let's see. There's Inordinate Rage and Might of Narasa both in his deck.
So he could bluff some combat tricks with this attack, and I think it makes sense because he can get her to block, slowing down future card advantage. He knows he can play out the 2/3, and then it'll be able to block the 4/2. So in this scenario, if she's going to use the amulet, he has to block here. She has to use the amulet, and it's a question of what can he top deck. He's a mana short of being able to just run out the Minotaur on its own too, and now the Shade's right back in business. That Shade's a really good card.
It's so good. It's so good. It's just the 3/1, and she doesn't even have to kick it here to get a lethal attacker. So she can actually leave up the mana to use that relic amulet as well to get rid of the last threat on the battlefield. All right, and it's all about the top deck now for Ethan. It's a forest. That's going to do it for game number 1. Michaela taking down the first game thanks to that key uncommon relic amulet.
Oh, we are looking for a broken wings in that sideboard, and he has one, so that's good news. There's the amulet that we want to target, as well as a 2 Wind Rider Wizard, so I think that's a pretty easy include. It's a question about whether he's going to want a Zendikon or the 1/4, and I think I'd probably elect no, because there's not that many flyers that we're concerned about. It's the unblockable ones. Her sideboard is lacking a bit of options here.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Cleric, there's a Deliberate, there's a Nemata Skitter Sneak, but really everything else is kind of in all sorts of different colors here for Michaela. So I wonder if it took her a little while to settle on her colors during the draft.
I think it did, because she's got some powerful cards in different colors, and it may have taken her a while to figure out what lane was open or commit to it. I like taking out one of the constrictors here because it's going to be just a 2/2 blocker. I think Deliberate might actually be the include, as it can trigger the amulet or help you find more reasonable cards. She's opted for Anti-Cognition, which I think is also fair. Like, looking at his list and seeing like there's some large things here, I think that's pretty reasonable to include as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also just really understand that, like, just having the one counter spell in your deck just feels so good sometimes. I mean, I know Anti-Cognition, not necessarily a hard counter, but it's just nice to have access to that particular effect when your opponent is playing, big creatures every single turn. So Relic Amulet, Haggard Constrictor, and a few lands here for Michaela in the opening hand.
Which I don't think is bad. She's also drawn very well. It looked like Ethan had a rough one, and it was close to keepable, but I think he's of the opinion that he needs to be the aggressor in this matchup and sent that one back.
It does get out on turn number 3, though, with the Expedition Champion. And, I mean, the rest of his hand looks pretty nice, right? There's Counterfeit Bailout, the Shatterskull Minotaur Sneaking Guide, and that Thundering Rebuke as well to provide some interaction.
You can see a little of the downside of the Constrictor here in that it doesn't block particularly well, but like this Acquisitions Expert is going to catch something relevant.
Unfortunately for Michaela, not a lot of enablers for this Relic Amulet just yet. Gonna have to play out this Royal Mage as a 2/1 for now.
She could potentially get it going with that Zoff consumption. Like, it's a couple turns down the road, but like it's better than a swamp.
Yeah, and it's reasonable in terms of if you're trying to keep, stabilize your life total, thinking about draining opponent for 8.
Playing out the Mage does enable her to get to peek at 2 cards there, and I think get the better one in the Thundering Rebuke. That lets her at least line up good blocks here, and Ethan would need to top deck a land for this to be really bad for her. Of course, he does.
Well, I think he was due to draw a land at this point, and Shatterskull Minotaur, that is a huge, hasty threat. It is a 5/4 coming down, and it can get in straight away. So we are seeing a lot of damage coming across. The Expedition Champion being pumped by the presence of another warrior as well, and these blocks are not looking pretty for Michaela.
I think double blocking the Minotaur is her best option and saving the Expert in case she draws a spell and can potentially get that plus the amulet. This is a really good block, but it's also terrifying because he's so close to victory. Yeah, that land's tough.
Yeah. Very beautiful full art swamp, not going to do it. Relic Amulet can at least take down the sneaking guide, and Michaela, she's not dead on board. Reclaim the Waste. That's gonna get a couple of lands for Ethan, but ultimately it's all about the board presence right now. This 6/5 coming in, forcing the chump here.
She's got another turn, but I don't know what she can do with it.
That Subtle Strike, if she'd had that a couple of turns earlier, could have really maybe enabled her to do something, but she's going to skip that one up, and Ethan takes down game number 2 in very quick fashion indeed.
I still like the anti-cognition here. I still sort of want that Deliberate just in scenarios like that where we need a lot of cheap things to quickly turn on that amulet. We talked some earlier about how being on the play or the draw affects what you're going to put in your deck. Notice there that Ethan took out the Brushfire Elemental. So like these are things to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these aggressive 2-drops. Especially 1/1s and weak against cards like Subtle Strike, and he knows that Michaela's got a couple of copies of that trick in particular in her deck. So really heads up deck, refining here from both of our players.
And it looks like she's gotten rid of both of the Constrictors too, which I think is reasonable. She doesn't need to force through damage to win. She just needs to stay alive long enough, and I think inevitability is on her side with that amount of card draw.
Wow, and look at that. We actually see Ethan taking out the sneaking guide as well on the draw here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. He's worried about the Subtle Strikes. Like, why make that a 2-for-1? Let's just get rid of all of the things that it could kill unless it's crucial. So I think Pack Beast is the only part that he's going to keep.
God, Pack Beast is so good.
It really is.
Such a good card. When the format first came out, everyone thought, oh, okay, this is going to be like the jousting dummy equivalent of the set. But honestly, it's just become such a pack beast, I guess. Like it just carries so many decks on its back.
Yeah, Pack Beast likes to party, and this is a format where you want to party more often than not. And I didn't expect that I would ever use it for mana fixing, for that filter ability, but it has been relevant in more than one of the matches that I've played. We've already seen it be good for Ethan here, allowing him to Rabid Bite. So put me down for a yes for Pack Beast. Load-bearing Pack Beast, thank you, chat.
Load-bearing Pack Beast, love it. So, Michaela, keeping a 2-lander on the play, but as we've discussed before, when you have both colors of mana and some playable spells, mulliganing is really not what you want to be doing in this format. I've seen some players go so far as to say that you should never mulligan in Limited.
I've made that case more times than one, that most people would win more often if they never mulliganed. So I'm on board with that theory.
So Michaela deciding not to play out the Acquisitions Expert on turn number 2 or number 3 as she fails to find that third land, instead choosing to keep up this anti-cognition.
And she can counter this, but that I don't think is really what she was looking to do from it. It's a bit of a clunky draw for both players, but at least Ethan's got the lands to work with. Whereas Michaela's hurting here. She's playing enough. She's just not getting there.
Yeah, this missing 2 land drops in a row. Really unfortunate here for Mythic Michaela. Acquisitions Expert, that's going to get rid of the Kazandu Stomper from Ethan's hand, since he has not found his second color of mana and is pretty far away in terms of number of lands as well. Here's the third land now.
Yeah, I wish I could tell her she needs to Mind Drain this turn, because
Oh. And here comes Shatterskull Minotaur. That's a 5/4. And she's just got to take that damage for now.
All right, so we do have the option now to play the sneak and double block it, and Ethan is deprived of green mana, so this could be our opportunity to catch back up. This double block works too, as long as that's what we're going for, or we could even chump it for a turn with the Expert.
Yeah, looks like she's thinking about it. Although she knows that there is that inordinate rage in Ethan's list, so maybe just playing around that a lot. Ethan, with a handful of green cards, unable to deploy all of them. Is this the window for Michaela to get back into this game?
Absolutely. She's going to have to deal with the Minotaur, and she also needs to present enough damage to close out the game before Ethan draws green. Because I think as soon as he hits the first forest, the game's basically over. So we need to start building damage and just get that Minotaur off the board as soon as possible. Like, just being able to cast the Arbor Mage next turn for Ethan would be pretty punishing here.
Ooh, Thundering Spark Mage. That can actually shoot this Diviner down. But it means that Ethan is able to get that combat trick. So he's actually not going to attack with the Minotaur, and Michaela gets to add this Dreadworm to the battlefield.
Oh, another mountain is not what he needed. You can see the head shake.
Wow. Things really not panning out the way that Lord Tupperware fans would want. We know he has a lot of them out there.
She has a very limited window in which she needs to start getting the attacks going.
She decides not to go for that Dreadworm attack this turn. Oh, it doesn't have indestructible unless you have land for it.
Right, so she'll need a land for that, and I can respect this line. She can give the Infiltrator unblockable next turn, get a card, then attack with the Dreadworm. If it's a land, she'll even have more. But I think this is her opportunity to get things going. I want her to be able to, from this perspective, be able to win this game before Ethan hits the green. Because I think once that happens, he's got some catch-up plays available to him.
And Ethan holding that mountain in hand as well, very aware of the mind drain possibility. And we might see that come into play here.
Well, from her perspective, it's going to be a while, I think, before we want to mind drain, because I think she knows what's in his hand, a bunch of green cards. So getting them out of the way before he hits the forest doesn't really do that much. He's already kind of deprived on those.
There's that Rockslide Sorcerer, so he's at least able to add to the board. But, Michaela's threats now, this Infiltrator, that's unblockable. The Wizard, that's in the air. Things could be looking really bad here for Lord Tupperware if he does not find that green mana.
Even when he does, only being able to deploy one thing a turn, I think we're getting past the point where the Arbor Mage just wins the game for him. Because at this point he could force through 8 points of damage with it, but that's not quite enough.
Yeah, Michaela does have that Zoth consumption available maybe at some point.
I wouldn't even hate playing it now, frankly. With the Subtle Strike up, though, I could see playing the Constrictor or the Mind Drain this turn. The Mind Drain's not going to get better, so it doesn't hurt to fire it off here. Have the 2 up for the Amulet. Yeah, and then she could even potentially use Subtle Strike to save something or force through damage, take out the Sorcerer. This game is well and firmly in her grip now.
Wow, really unfortunate series of draws for Lord Tupperware. Just finding mountain after mountain off the top. Michaela, meanwhile, built out this huge board, but is just getting in, very delicately in the air. Reclaim the waste, just mocking Lord Tupperware now, saying, this could be a land, but no green sources.
I mean, the best part of that is he played it over a forest. If you look at the deck list, it's in there over a land. So that is just super punishing, and it shouldn't come up that often, and hasn't come up in any of the games we've watched. But this is a thing that can happen in Magic.
And here we go. Hagra Mauling takes down the 5/4. That Relic Amulet now has 3 counters on it, so that could actually take down the 3/3. And Michaela could have a huge attack if she wants it.
Yeah, and you could see Ethan gesturing, just come on, do it. Do it now.
My favorite thing to do, Travis, is when someone thought seizes me on Arena, I like to hover over the card they should take to try and hope to level them into thinking that I want them to take it.
There's plenty of room for mind games on MTG Arena, and I can appreciate Certainly appreciate that there, but I don't think he can get out of this with the Forest anymore. She's just got solid attacks. I like sending the team. I think I'd go ahead and pop the Amulet on the Sorcerer and just close this one out.
Yeah, I agree. Here we go. Amulet before blocks are declared, leaving just a 2/2 on the other side, and that is going to do it. Mythic Michaela takes down the deciding game after an unfortunate series of draws for Lord Tupperware, but well done to Mythic Michaela for making it through the lower bracket semi-final. She is going to go on to face Legend VD on that blue-black value list in the lower bracket finals, and then the winner of that match will go on to face Ben Stark in the grand finals of the tournament today. So wow, what an interesting back and forth kind of matchup between our two players.
There's that, and I'm also excited about the next one. We've got the blue-black mirror. Like, who actually valued better, the Relic Amulet or all of the Blood Beckoning shenanigans that we saw from Legend? Like, I think that's going to be a really enjoyable match to watch, and it will probably give us even more of the back-and-forth gameplay, because I don't think either of these decks are looking to win quickly.
All right, well, we are going to go to a very short message from our sponsors, but stay tuned in because we are going to be bringing you that control mirror coming up right after this.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to the LFM Network channel. You are watching the very first draft edition of the LFM Streamer Showdown. My name is Hai, and I'm here with Travis Sowers. Travis, that was a very short break that we took. And before we get into this blue-black mirror that we've promised everybody, I thought about the draft part and really how things went down, because before we started, and certainly earlier on, we were talking about Zendikar Rising as a format. We were talking about how, you know, a lot of the most powerful decks are some of these tribal synergies that we've seen, and thinking about blue-black rogues, black-white clerics, and the such. But actually, I believe none of our drafters today really ended up in one of those neat archetypes.
It looks like they didn't, and they kind of found their own way, focusing on individual card power level, which I think is what I would be wanting to bring to a tournament like this. If the synergy decks are open and we can find the pieces for them, great. If they're not, we're going to need cards that stand on their own. So these two blue-black value decks both look really good to me. And of course, Ben's, essentially mono green splash Phylath and some landfall triggers deck was certainly getting it done as well. And it was on the back of just solid removal spells, interaction, and reliable threats. And that's why we've seen these three decks kind of rise to the top. And I think they've done a great job at pulling that off.
And just thinking about the matchup that we are going to see, Mythic Michaela on this slightly more, shall we say, aggressively slanted version of blue-black. She does have a little shade, for example, a few more of these earlier threats, versus what we've been referring to as this never-ending value train with Royal Mages, Blood Beckonings, Royal Maging, the Blood Beckoning, the Royal Mages, etc. How do you foresee this matchup playing out?
It's going to hinge a little bit on Legend's ability to get the Shadow's Verdict going and exactly what Michaela has in play when it happens. It's worth noting that some of her best threats are not hit by the Verdict, including the Divner and the Sure-Footed Infiltrator. But then the Skycleave Shade, as you mentioned, that coming down super early can be terrifying, and the Verdict cleans it right up after it's hit you for something like 8 to 12 points of damage or 9 to 12 points of damage. So that's kind of the big deciding factor here is I think it's going to come down to that Shadow's Verdict again. And I think Legend has the tools he needs to find it. But like the early blockers are a little terrifying from his side. There's just not enough of them.
His deck, look at now, one Expedition Skulker, one Cleric of Chill Depths, but we know both of those cards, they're not doing that well at blocking because the Skulker, there aren't that many rogues in this deck to enable the Death Touch, and the Cleric is just kind of the most meh 2-drop we've seen in blue decks in a while. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Michaela can really overcome these early creatures, or maybe, if Legend fails to find them in the early turns of the game. And I'm looking at Michaela's list, and she has that Zoth consumption hiding out to potentially sweep things up.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too that like the card advantage for Legends deck is coming off of just raw card draw. Whereas Michaela kind of needs to enable that with creatures. So if he can have the pinpoint removal for those sure-footed infiltrators, he can get the card advantage battle 1 and then potentially win the game from there as well. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where he needs to point his removal. If it's going at the Windrider Wizards, for example, instead of the sure-footed infiltrators, that may play out well for Michaela.
All right. So I think there's just going to be a couple of minutes before our players get set up. Or it's possible that they're already set up. Let's see whether we can bring you down to the action. And yeah, looks like the matchmaking is being done right now. And so this is going to be our lower bracket finals here at the LFM Draft Streamer Showdown. And players today playing for a share of an $800 prize pool courtesy of Degrees of Madness and the LFM Network. So thank you so much to our sponsors for making this event available. And thank you, of course, to Jana, who's been doing so much work behind the scenes to make this possible as well. What do you think of these opening hands?
I think they're both keeps. I mean, it makes me nervous for different reasons. Michaela will have to play out the Hagra Mauling as a land, which I don't love, but she can get things started with the Acquisitions Expert and only needs 1 blue to really make the hand work. And then I think the most impactful card for Legend is probably that Shadow's Verdict, and he's got it right here. He's nervous that he's going to get aggroed out, and she's nervous that she's going to miss land drops. If they both keep, this will be an interesting game. If they both send it back, who knows what we're going to get.
All right, looks like Michaela at least sent it back, but unfortunately, this 6 also looking very bad. So Michaela having to go down to 5 with that 1 lander 6.
And that's really the danger of the mulligan is you do get a redraw, but you're not guaranteed a better hand. And that's always the challenge when you're evaluating something is you don't know if it could get better. If it's definitely going to get better. That said, as far as the moles to 5 go, this one doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, sure-footed infiltrator, subtle strike, and Zoth consumption in hand. The Tazim Royal Mage right on time to be a 2-drop, but this Cleric of Chill Depths is actually going to stand in the way of that a little bit here.
Unless we just want to use subtle strike as a combat trick. It's kind of signaling that you have it. But I'm not entirely sure that Legend will care much about that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because there aren't that many creatures in Legends deck that Michaela necessarily cares about enough. So it's, for her calculations, it might be just worth trading off 2 mana spells here with that Subtle Strike. But Legend says, okay, I'll believe you this time. I'll not block.
I think I might have made that attack in her position even if I didn't have it. Because like one of the ways that you're going to get into this game is through bluffing something like that when you're already down 2 cards. So like I think that was just a good attack even if you didn't have the Subtle Strike.
Field research further cementing Legends' card advantage here in this game number 2. number 1. And here's that first copy of Sure-Footed Infiltrator. So if Michaela can find another rogue, she could
things
get...
are looking pretty rough with the shadows, the verdict though, right?
Yeah, the verdict is so interesting in this position because that Sure-Footed Infiltrator is the only thing that is currently going to be escaping the verdict. And just the presence of a card like Shadow's Verdict, you know, if you're seeing that in your opponent's deck list, how much does that change how you play these games?
It's absolutely terrifying. Like in Limited, I'm never going to play around a Wrath in game 1 unless somebody shows it to me. But here, we know in game 1, they've got it. It's in the deck. It might be in their hand right now. And it really does begin to warp gameplay around it, knowing just that it exists.
So, that Merfolk Falconer is a big body, though. That's going to be dominating the battlefield in terms of size.
I think I like the attack with Infiltrator. I'm not entirely sure I like the attack with the Constrictor. It's a really good block by Legend because it's like, okay, if you really did have the Subtle Strike, fine, it's going to be tapped next turn.
Right, and at least the Subtle Strike's not getting a 2-for-1 like it often can.
I think you still have to put the counter on the Infiltrator. It feels kind of weird, but like I'm still really worried about that verdict. I can respect this one too. It's kind of like saying, hey, if you want to swing at me for 4, you're going to take more damage on the crackback. And if you don't, well, I can still get in the 2. But here's where the verdict just really looks good.
Yeah, Michaela, you know, perhaps thinking she was down so many cards she couldn't really afford to play around the super effect in this particular game, but Legend just slamming the Shadow's Verdict, cleaned 3-for-1 there. Michaela's board just left with that one Sure-Footed Infiltrator, and look at this card disparity now. Legend still with 6 cards in hand.
I mean, if you think about it, he's got 9 cards in hand, right? Really closer to 10?
Well, the Royal Mage is another card, and then the Plunder is another 3 cards. I think it's more than that.
Yeah, it might be. And he doesn't even need those yet.
All right. I mean, this 1-for-1 trading is just not looking great. I mean, Michaela can draw a card. Okay, that's another Sure-Footed Infiltrator.
So at this point, she's guaranteed 2 cards a turn, potentially 3, depending on how Legend wants to play this. Because you can always tap one to enable the other. That's not really my favorite thing to do, but it works.
Yeah. I mean, and Legend really does not have anything to interact with this pair of Infiltrators right now. There could be something in the graveyard, although I don't think there's anything in the graveyard to get apart from that Shadow's Verdict.
Yeah, which is not looking super spicy at the moment. And you're in an awkward situation where you need to force through some damage to close out the game, but you also don't want your opponent to draw 3 cards next turn. So his best bet might be to play... I suppose you could Plunder and look for something. I was thinking I might have played out the Divner and looked to try to block one of those, or threaten for her to only deal 2 damage and get 1 card.
Ooh. Finds Chilling Trap and Into the Royal.
I mean, that could almost cinch things up right now. Yeah.
Yeah, this, you know, Chilling Trap, the Sure-Footed Infiltrator does have to actually deal combat damage in order to draw the card. So Chilling Trap would mean that at least one of them will be nullified and the Into the Royal can deal with the other one. Well, a perfect draw almost for Legend VD off that Skyclave Plunder.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to mind playing the Into the Royal without kicking it with as much card advantage as he already has. He doesn't need one more.
I bet he'll still feel a bit annoyed that he can't get it, though. I know I would. All right, what can Michaela find? Nemana Skitter Sneak. Sure. That is another rogue.
And it's close to being a 4/4 menace at this point, but like there's so little time left because she's not able to redeploy both of these threats. Like this is just getting awkward, and now the life swings are really going in Legend's favor.
Yeah, and just looking at her face, seeing that chilling trap, she knew what that meant. It's just too much to handle with drawing one card at a time when your opponent has so much left to play out. And you know, Mythic Michaela, she's at 8 life now in this game number 1. That's only 2 hits from the Falco, and it's game over.
Yeah, at this point, Legend's in a position where he can basically just deploy the 2 Diviners or 1 Diviner and the O5 and not be too stressed out.
Travis,
She's going to have
tell me
to
about Risen Riptide.
I mean,
people were so high on this card in the beginning.
It's the best and worst card in the set. Like that's really the only story I can encapsulate it with. Like as a blocker, a lot of people overvalue what a 0/5 is going to do as a blocker on its own because it's not actually trading with anything. And it's not really holding anything back. Your opponent has free attacks into it, unless they don't, because you have kicker spells. So that's the thing. When it's good, it looks real good, and when it's bad, it kind of just doesn't really hold anything back. It just soaks a little bit of damage. So I think it's evened out to be a medium card in the format and one that some decks are interested in. And I can see it here. We've got enough kicker that we can be somewhat threatening with it. That's, I mean, go out in style. I appreciate that,
Michaela. You know, we respect that, going out on her own terms, feeding the swarm with the last remaining life points there. And we are going to go to game number 2 with Legend. A game up.
Looking through here to see what I'm interested in, I see Legend thinking about Mind Drain, thinking about Subtle Strike, but I think his deck is pretty well where it needs to be. I can see the Anti-Cognition coming in for Michaela, which is reasonable. I still think there's an argument that she might want that Deliberate in that deck. I know it's rarely Deliberate great, but when you've got that Relic Amulet, it's just another way to get a counter on it and a way to find the cards that particularly matter in this matchup. Like, she needs to be able to kill 2 Falconeers. If she's not able to do that, the Legend will have the inevitability he needs to win the game.
Yeah, I think that Relic Amulet is just playing such a key part in this game. And, you know, you could very tell that she was missing that in the first game that we saw, because if she'd been able to get some counters going and take out some of these creatures on the other side, it would have been a very different game indeed for Mythic Michaela. But as things stand, we'll see whether Michaela can survive having to mulligan to 5 like she did in game number 1.
Yeah, hopefully from her perspective, she won't have to do that again. And I think that first hand was close. The second one was a snap mulligan. Like that one was not going to get there. The first one had potential, but I can respect it too. And, you know, I talk about things like, I think you should never mulligan in limited. That said, that's a track you could take if you wanted to win the most games over time. The most games over time doesn't really matter right now. We're in a tournament, and she has to win this game to advance into the grand finals. So I can respect a decision like that a lot more under those circumstances.
So another 2 swamp hand, but a little bit different this time. Relic Amulet and Subtle Strike both enabled by this this particular draw. Pair of Wind Rider Wizards and Anti-Ignition in hand. Oh, Legend's hand looking very nice indeed, though. Field Research, Cunning Gaze Image, Expedition Diviner, and that Shadow's Verdict we were talking about.
Sure, but how much damage is he going to have to take from this Shade? Because I think it's a lot. Like he's basically already committed to something like 9 damage.
Yeah, and you know, Michaela not finding that blue source, kind of unfortunate here, but gets this Relic Amulet down, has Subtle Strike available.
I mean, in a way that could
just 3.
I think he is, and probably trade it off, but in another way, this could sort of be her salvation, because she'll be left with all of these threats after the verdict comes down to deal with the Shade.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether, you know, if it gets to that point, whether Legend feels the pressure to use that verdict. Acquisitions Expert is not a land, but it does at least get to trade for a card in hand.
I think if I'm him, I'm considering discarding the field research here, which feels kind of weird, but it might be the call. This one makes sense too. There's more lands in the deck, so presumably we can go Diviner into the field research, get another card back off of this.
And Legend not even going to trade that Gazer Mage off for the Shade here. Third land finally for Mythic Michaela, but it is another swamp.
I'm wondering about options with Subtle Strike here if we're going to try to win. I think we have to swing both and see what he does.
Expedition Diviner, wow. And he decides not to take the bait and just take the damage instead. So this is the turn where Legend could consider the Shadow's Verdict.
I think it's the right call. Like, how much damage are you going to take off of that 3/1? It looks like at least a few more.
Wow, yeah. I mean, if you're going to believe Michaela about this Subtle Strike.
Well, you know, if you think about it, she's not realistically going to be able to deploy much more here. And now the Shadow's Verdict gets even better, except we're connecting for 7 while all of that's happening. So I think that Legend is just kind of giving us a clinic here about using your life total as a resource. He's got enough left to be able to finish the game out. So who cares? Let's hit for a lot of damage, then wipe your board, but keep mine and leave 2 lethal threats. That was masterfully played.
Yeah. You know, we saw Legend do that in the previous matchup as well in against Ben Stark. Just really, you know, using every last resource available, and that's going to do it. Legend VD takes down the lower bracket finals 2-0 against Mythic Michaela. And you know, you got to feel for Michaela not finding that second color of mana there, but sometimes that's just the way it plays out here in Magic the Gathering. And congratulations to Legend VD for making it through to the grand finals, where it's going to be a rematch of the upper bracket finals against Ben Stark. And just to clarify something for all of our viewers, when we come back with that match, it's actually going to be best of 3 of 3. So the players are going to play 3. It's going to be best of 3 matches, but Ben Stark will have 1 win already because of coming in through the upper bracket. It's kind of an interesting format for our finals here, Travis.
I think it is too, and I'm not used to having double elimination as an option for a draft, but I really like it. It means that you're reducing variance even more. We get to see more of these sweet decks and more gameplay. Like, I think it's a really good way to organize a tournament like this, because it means we get to play more Magic and watch more Magic, which is really what we all want anyway, right?
Oh, that is 100% what we all want anyway. And I was just thinking, you know, I wish my LGS would run double elimination draft, but I think it might be a little bit difficult for the staff if you want to run 6 rounds on a Sunday evening or whatever it is. But certainly for this type of event where we're showcasing these awesome personalities, some of the biggest names in Limited today, it's super great to be able to see more of the action, more of their decks, and also take a little bit of the variance out of the picture as well. So that is going to do it for our lower bracket finals. That is, we just have the 1 round remaining, which is going to be the grand finals. Before we get there, we are going to have a short break, but when we come back, we are going to be crowning a champion here on the LFM Streamer Showdown. Don't go away.
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I'm the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next and what horrors they discover.
Hi, I'm Bill, and I play the charismatic pugilist Horson on LFM's Journey to the Obsidian Spire. Horson has retired from a very successful and lucrative career fighting in the Criterion. Bred to be a gladiator from birth, he has always searched for something more than just fighting, despite being really, really good at it. Retirement has provided him a relatively easy life, surrounded by a few people he cares deeply about, and a new passion for training and empowering others to find the gifts within themselves. He's loyal, fearless, and ridiculously good-looking to a few people. Don't get him wrapped up in your bullshit politics. But hold on, wait. Bullshit politics. No, it's before. Can you do it before? Bullshit politic. Yeah, great. No, that's awesome. Or he'll. Yeah, no, we're good. We're past. There's no more swear words in the rest of the thing. We're past that part. So I'm gonna go into the clean rest of the part, which is no words in it, so you don't have to bleep any part in the rest of it. So I'm just gonna. Okay. Oral jackknife power. Fuck you, man. Watch Journey to the Obsidian Spire. Root for Horson on the LFM network.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have we go?
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
Oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
Hi, I'm Toby. I play Rysar Wathamir, the Elven Wizard, in LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse. Rysar is not the strongest, he's not the toughest, he's not the fastest. But he does believe he's part of an ancient elven prophecy to save his people. So, he is not afraid to break a few familiar eggs to make that sweet, tasty, delicious omelette. Love him or hate him, you can't fault an elf for trying, even if it takes the odd, even if anything takes the odd murder along the way. So, tune into LFM's Tales from the Silt Expanse to see which familiar or other person I'll sacrifice next. Okay, then.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the LFM Streamer Showdown. My name is Hai, and I'm here with Travis. And Travis, if our viewers have tuned in or just joined us, they have come at the right time.
Yeah, this is an exciting moment to be coming down to the grand finals and getting to watch basically the two titans of this draft clash against each other now. Both of them did a very good job drafting, faced some stiff competition to get here, and it's even a rematch for Legend, who was knocked out in the finals of the first round by Ben. So it's an exciting rematch to get to see again. It's a question of whether he can get that card advantage train working before the monster's been drafted just kill him.
Absolutely. But before we get down to the action, I have something that I wanted to share with our viewers and with everybody, because this is something that's pretty close to my heart. And it's actually, I'm going to tell everybody about an event that is opening up tomorrow for registration, and that is Season 4 of the Venus and Mercury League. The Venus and Mercury League is something that I was very involved in starting up, and I'm currently co-chair of the organization. We are a competitive Magic the Gathering environment for persons of marginalized genders, which means that we represent, a community that's kind of underrepresented, should we say, at the top levels of Magic, and we give them a path to become one of the pros or one of the top members of the competitive scene. So it's basically a 9-week season where you play round robin within divisions, and then there's a playoffs at the end, and we actually award an invite to the Cowtime Championships coming up. So first place is actually going to get an invite to the Pro Tour level event, which we're very, very excited about. And you can see all the prizes up there. Top 8 are also going to get to skip the ladder in March, which is going to be the Strixhaven qualifier. And this is something that, an event that, a lot of personalities that you and I have seen, like Jana, who was instrumental in organizing this Mythic Michaela, has played in it. Meebo has played in it, Emma Handy, many more well-known names from persons of marginalized genders across the Magic community have joined, and we are actually going to open registration for Season 4 tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon Mountain Time, we're going to be opening registration for Season 4. So if you want to join the VML, if you couldn't get a place last time, if you want to join in this time, definitely check it out. Follow Aspirant on Twitter, ASPIRANT. And if you have friends or loved ones that you think might benefit from getting into competitive Magic, we are super friendly, super community-based organization, and everyone who plays in the league has always said, it's such a welcoming environment. It's very different from the rest of competitive Magic, and we hope to see lots of you there, including Jana, of course, Michaela, and many returning faces. So we do also have a broadcast that comes out every week when the season starts. So I hope to see lots of you there. Thanks to everybody here for letting me just inform our viewers and tell our viewers about the VML coming up, because this is something that we think is super important for the community, and we put a lot of hard work into running. So check us out. All right. Let's see whether we are ready to go down to our grand finals yet. Looks like perfect timing as players are just getting their matchup set up. Looks like we are going to be watching from the point of view of Legend Reedy.
He's got a really tough hill to climb if he wants to win this, because we're starting with Ben already up a game. That was his reward for making it through undefeated. So this is a big challenge. It's the clash of the Titans, the clash of the Ajanis that we are seeing right here.
These two decks very different to each other in terms of the strategy that they've decided to bring, but both with very strong very strong cards and very strong lines available. So looking at the opening hands here for our players, it looks like we've just currently got Legend on both the upper and lower. So you're seeing double. If you're seeing double, do not adjust your monitors. It's all on our end, and we will get that fixed for you as soon as we can. Let's have a look at Legend's opening hand, though. Here's Murfolk Falconer, Umara Wizard, Expedition Skulker, Soul Shatter, and Hagra Mauling. A nice mix of spells and creatures.
Yeah, and I think the Soul Shatter is probably one of the more impactful ones. There's a lot of threats from Ben's deck that's able to nicely, cleanly answer. So I think he's really hoping to be able to leverage that. Hopefully not necessarily next turn. So this is good for him that he's able to have it up now. It'd be even better to have a little bit more early game, but I mean, a big part of his plan was having his own deck be a bit resilient to that verdict that we saw earlier.
So Expedition Skulker unchallenged right now, and for Ben on turn number 3, it's just going to be avoiding regrowth, going to start ramping out some of these lands. So a little bit of a slower start for Ben Stark as well.
Yeah, I think the idea with that was not to cast it casually on turn 3, but to cast it after we had a lot of the landfall creatures. But like, this is actually a good lineup for him too, because again, he's not playing anything that would play into that verdict if that shows up from Legend.
Although, look at this. Soul Shatter taking care of that Canopy Baloth before it can even get over its summoning sickness. And this little Skulker is going to keep chipping in at Ben's life total down to 16 from this attack.
It's a little Skulker that could. It's getting in the damage. We know coming up we've got this Mammoth, but it looks like Legend's going to want to switch priorities and go to the air in a minute. If we could see a scenario where Ben tries to do something with Mammoth and removal spell, but like, I don't think I want to remove anything on the other side of the board this turn.
Yeah, the Skulker just not really that much of a threat when your deck is full of giant creatures. And wow, Ben Stark finds Scoot Swarm off the top and even has the 6 land to follow it up with. This is kind of a nightmare now for Legend.
Yeah, because we can kill it, but that doesn't really stop the problem. We've got to curve into Air Force quickly to try to race this, and that all of a sudden makes the Kazandu Mammoth land drop Rabid Bite start to look like a real way for Ben to not only stabilize, but turn the corner and suddenly become the aggressor in this matchup.
So here comes an attack for 5. Ben is down to 11, and there's that follow-up with the Murfolk Falconer. So, oh wow, Ben does not find the land drop to enable that play you described.
Yeah, he would have needed specifically a forest, and now we're kind of stuck with we can play 1 card a turn, and not many of them do anything. So, like, it's possible that Legend's just going to aggro him out here.
Yeah, there's that Hagra Mauling in hand as well for Legend to potentially take out, a bigger blocker. And Hagra Mauling does not care if you have a Might of Marasa in hand. That is just a straight up murder.
Yeah, Ben's actually in a tough spot here. I think his best line is just to play out the Mammoth as play the Mammoth out as a land and then try to use the Might of Marasa perhaps as a combat trick to get this Falconeer out of the way. But it's pretty safe for Legend to just take this.
Yeah, this attack kind of not looking great when opponent is at 20 life.
Yeah, but this works.
Yeah, okay. Rapid Bite gets rid of that big flyer, but we know that Legend has many, many more blue wizardy flyers in the deck.
God, there's just so many bugs.
There's so many, and every single land that Ben Stark finds is now going to create exponentially more bugs. Here's a 3/2 flyer. That's a 2-turn clock in the air.
It is, and it should be enough. I'm just really impressed that Ben found that line to be able to get rid of the 4/4 flyer. It's kept him in the game.
Oh, and look at this. If Legend goes for this block,
we can do it again.
That second Rapid Bite's actually going to take out the flying threat. That's worked out very well for Ben Stark indeed.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do now? Use a Hagra Mauling on a Cute Swarm?
I mean, surely things aren't that desperate yet.
I mean, they look like they're getting that close to that desperate for me. Like Ben can kind of chump here, and like lands and spells are good for him.
Yeah, I mean, Legend, we know that Legend has that Shadows Verdict in the deck. So that is a clean answer to this board that Ben has, but right now it's looking like yeah, it's just going to be all in front of this 3-3. Ben says, okay, I can take 2, go down to 4.
It's again a pretty heads up block from Ben, like playing around a removal spell, which we know Legend has. He's playing this perfectly to try to get back into this game. And I like short of that that board wipe, he may very well have done just that.
Things are pretty tense here in game 1 of our first best of 3. And just as a reminder, Ben S is already up 1 match, having come through the upper bracket. So I believe that means that Ben S only has to win 1 match to take down the grand finals today. But for Legend, he would need to win 2 in order to take the trophy home. And here's what you were talking about, Travis. Any land, and it's like, here's infinite more bugs.
Yeah, we took out 3 next turn. Here's 4 more. Like there's so many bugs.
More bugs than the alpha version of Cyberpunk 2077 here on the board for Ben Stark. A Coon Warrior, that's a big boy, but is Ben gonna just play this as a land instead?
I think I would. Like he could play it, make another 8 bugs, swing this turn, and close it out over 2 turns. The one thing he's worried about is that Shadow's Verdict going to get top decked? Because if it is, he's better off just playing this out as a creature. If it's not, he's better playing it out as a land. I think I'd probably go for it, but I'm going to trust Ben and let him make the call on this one.
I mean, it's got to be tempting, right? Like, your opponent only has 2 blockers this turn. You can get them down to 6 with the current number of bugs, and then, a huge swarm next turn means that live draws are very low indeed.
Yeah, I think waiting is just giving Legend more time to draw into the Shadow's Verdict that you're worried about. Whereas going for it now is like, hey, you need to either have it or draw it next turn, or we gotcha.
Scoot Swarm showing once again why it's such an insane card and so difficult to deal with in this format.
It attack, it protect, it insack.
I saw someone on Twitter saying they wanted to see some anime blush graphics for that Scoot Swarm because they're cute. They're cute swarms.
They really are.
All right, for your research, that's a redraw.
You can't kick this.
Surely not. Okay. I think Legend's just floating all the mana.
Why not? I mean, yeah, you have to draw it here. You're just done.
Yeah.
Looks like the verdict may be in.
Yeah, this kicking 1 into the roll, getting rid of 1 Scoot Swarm, that's really not going to do it here. We see the GG's offered. And looks like this army of bugs is going to take down game number 1 for Ben Stark, which means that Ben only has to win 1 more game to take down this grand finals. What do you like in these sideboards here?
I like drawing Shadow's Verdict. We've seen this matchup before. I think the same options are the ones that we're interested in. Like, we probably want the Mind Drain from Legend's side. We probably want the Subtle Strike from Legend's side. I don't think Ben needs to fiddle around with much here. We did see him bring in Tormenting Voice the last time they played, and there's some consideration. Of course, I say this every time. I just really like the Survivor. I probably would have been playing it anyway, but Ben's doing fantastic without it, so he probably doesn't need it.
Well, I mean, even though he is doing obviously very well indeed without it, could still be a helpful addition to his team. It's interesting that, Phylath was Ben's first pick in the entire draft, and we've seen it come down a couple of times, but we've really not seen it do a lot in terms of landfall triggers, or getting those plant tokens to be giant. But instead, he's just relied on the core cards in his deck, the Scythe Cats, the Baloths, the Scoot Swarms, to overwhelm the opponent on board.
And we didn't see it in that match, but he's really made Cleansing Wildfire look good in this deck. We saw it throughout the course of the other matches that he's played, being able to just double trigger that landfall and get some really heavy hits in with, again, the cards you mentioned. He's really making that card look good here. It's worth noting that wasn't something that he picked early. That was something that kind of came around the table to him once he'd already solidified himself in this archetype.
Yeah, I never thought I'd see 2 copies of Cleansing Wildfire main do so much work, but we've seen it time and time again, getting Canopy Baloths to be giant, getting Mammoths to be giant, and they've done a lot of work for sure. Let's see if Ben S can end it right here, right now, or if Legend can pull this one back. Game number 2 here in the Grand Finals.
Did you see that Wayward Guide Beast come in? That was a last-second addition.
Wow, I did not see that Wayward Guide Beast come in, but here it is in the opening hand for Ben.
I understand why it's here. Like, if he can start getting that in and re-triggering landfall triggers, it could be something. It's obviously not going to do anything spectacular early, but with as many landfall triggers as he has, I don't think it's crazy to have it in the stack.
Well, let's see whether this... the card that I maybe a little bit too hastily called the least playable 1-drop we've seen in a long time come into play here. Players facing off with their 2-drops in the early portions of this game. Tazim Royal Mage for Legend, as well as the Teaser Peak Ambusher for Ben, and Legend finds that swamp, so things looking up for Legend VD.
I mean, if nothing else, the Guide Beast plays well against Mana Drain because you're not that heartbroken to discard it. Maybe? Like, sorry, trying to work that one out.
Sure, let's go with that. But Ben does have a lot of options now, in terms of cards to discard. There's 3 basics hanging out in hand. And I'm looking forward to seeing this Canopy Baloth potentially take over this game.
Yeah, I think it could be a big deal here. And I think also he was noticing that a lot of the cards that Legend is playing that could block the Guide Beast would have to trade with it. And he doesn't really need much mana past 6. So I really think it's actually a good include here in this specific matchup.
Yeah, tread with caution though, lovely viewers.
Do not try this at home. I think I like the free attack into the Baloth here. I'm wondering what he's thinking about. He's thinking about guiding some beasts or maybe just using that as a platform for a Rabid Bite. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, great read there, Travis. Guide Beast into Rabid Bite, getting rid of that Diviner. And, I bet if you're Legend VD and you're looking at Ben Stark's full list, you're probably not expecting this card to come in out of the side. So, great stuff here from Ben Stark. And that really is, Travis, what separates, people who are just good drafters from people who are really great in this format that we love so much, which is just being able to see these corner cases where nobody else can see them.
I think he's done a fantastic job at that. I'm looking at these cards and thinking that it's quite possible Legend is stabilized.
So how do the next few turns plan out if you're, if Legend's going to get back into this?
I think he is back into this. So the question would be, how do they pan out for Ben if he's going to get back into this? Because we're able to hold up Mauling now, which means we can take out the 3/2. The other side of the board isn't really that scary, and I think we're going to get decent value off of this Mind Drain because all of these land drops are valuable to Ben's deck. So just like normally you cast a Mind Rot on your opponent, they discard 2 lands, you're kind of disappointed. Oh, I just got the lands. But here it actually matters. So I think Ben's
That's
actually the one that's going to need a big play here, something like Phylath, to like really begin to get back in this. Otherwise, he's just going to die to the Air Force.
You make a great point there, Travis. This Into the Royal looking very nice in Legend's hand as well, particularly against this Scythe Cat that has counters on.
Here you could double block the Ambusher and pass and kind of dare him to do something and then get value out of Into the Royal almost no matter what happens. Yeah, I imagine we're going to see blocks coming in here somewhere. Like you could even double block the cat and kind of be like, okay, what you got? It feels so safe to double block things when you have Into the Royal in hand.
Yeah, so nice. The mana up to kick that as well. And the Hagra Mauling, the ultimate failsafe against these green decks. So it looks like Legend's going to go for the double block on the Scythe Cat here.
Seems pretty safe to me because even if this just happens, we can bounce whatever's played next or use the Hagra Mauling to kill it if it's relevant. Legend's going to be aware that we're looking at Phylath mana, so he may not want to fire off that Mauling this turn if possible.
And if you're Venice, are you relatively happy to make this trade also?
I think so, because you have to be able to race this 4/4 in the air. It's 3 turns before that's going to kill you, so we need to get things going here. And we can sort of do that now. Now the question is, do we bounce this or kill it?
It's interesting from Legend's perspective because that drawing the card has got to be so tempting.
Yeah, I don't think I could get it up. We get to scry and draw cards.
Oh, I like that.
But it's like, it's just going to come back down. I can respect this line too, because there's going to be something else you bounce. And now all of a sudden that worry about, do I have to deal with Phylath right now, is just gone. No, you don't. They're not playing it.
Wow. Just every turn, Legends just managed to have the exact amount of mana that he needs to be able to deploy the cards that, you know, are going to do the most amount of work for him this turn. Look at this. Has the mana to get this Mind Drain down as well as holding up that Into the Royal.
That deals a point of damage too, which is not insignificant. That would put them at 11. We could potentially use Subtle Strike to deal even more damage over 2 turns.
It's interesting with this Mind Drain because Legend knows about the Tangled Florahedron and the Mountain.
I think you still fire it off. Like, those are 2 lands that aren't coming down to cast the Phylath I'm worried about.
Wow, and he chooses to leave up both the Into the Royal and the Subtle Strike. What do you think might be the reason for not firing off that Mind Drain?
I'm trying to think of how things go wrong for him, and basically Ben's going to have to win in 2 turns. Keeping up the Into the Royal means that he could potentially save the Falconeer and redeploy it if things go horribly wrong, although I'm not sure that there's a lot of interaction in Ben's deck, presumably the Broken Wings at this point. But yeah, I think it was just the choice of, I've got 2 instants, I may as well leave them both up.
And with Ben still with 5 cards in hand, that Mind Drain probably still going to be relevant a little later as well.
Yeah, and if something like this happens, all of a sudden the End of the Royal line looks really good, because not only are we preventing 3 damage, we're also bouncing this back to hand and forcing you to have something else to do, because Ben wanted to like get through damage here and play the Florahedron, and he's not able to do that anymore.
Wow, that scry effect is so nice on the Merfolk Falconer with the draw of the Into the Royal as well. And now we're seeing kind of the downside of this Wayward Guide Beast, and that Ben has a lot of expensive spells in his deck, but he's going to have to keep returning lands if he wants to keep getting in.
And this is just kind of perfect for Legend. We're able to take out the Florahedron. That's the other reason to leave the Subtle Strike up, is we knew about that.
That makes sense. And well, now Legend with oodles of mana available. Going to look at the top cards of the library. Okay, so it's going to be Soul Shatter and a couple of lands coming into hand. But, you know, once again, he has 3 mana and can choose which of these cards he'd like to play.
I mean, I'd probably be going for the Mind Drain this turn and just get this over with. I can't think of anything Ben could have on 5 that would punish just firing this off.
Right, even the Nissa Zendikon, that's not blocking this 5/5 Falconer anyway. And yeah, here we go, Mind Drain. There's just really not a lot that Ben can do from this position.
Interestingly, if he did have the Nissa Zendikon, the Soul Shatter couldn't kill it because it's CMC 0. The Guide Beast would die instead.
Oh, there's a Rabid Bite, but that's not going to be enough for Ben Stark, who has to scoop it up in the face of this 5/5 flyer out of Legend VD's deck. So, Legend back in it to 1 game apiece in this first match of our grand finals as we go back to the players' sideboard. And we're going to go into the 3rd game with Ben Stark on the play. How big of a difference is that going to make in this matchup, Travis?
It should be a big deal because his whole plan is you play a creature, next turn buff it, and start attacking with it. So getting that extra turn ahead, I think, is going to work out for him. I would not be as interested in having the Guide Beast when I'm going on the draw. So I'm very interested to see if he's going to keep that or not. It looks like he took out the Gecko for it. It also looks like he took out the Arbor Mage and it's like, no, this is what I want. We're ready to go back.
Interesting. Ben S flying the flag for Wayward Guide Beast here in the finals of the LFM Streamer Showdown. $800 prize pool here to be split among the players, so a good chunk of cash available to the winner. Ben S still only needs to win 1 more game in this match to take the whole thing down. But if Legend ends up winning this game, it's going to go down to the next match as to see who takes home the trophy here. Nice opening hands for both players. Ben S with Skyclave Geopede and Kazandim Mammoth with 3 drops and Scoot Swarm as well. And for Legend, you know, there's that Mind Drain, there's Cascade Seer, so both players reasonable hands to start with.
That's true, but Legend doesn't really have anything that can attack or block early, and he kind of needs that because this Geopede is kind of terrifying, like especially when you back it up with a Wildfire.
Oh yeah, that 3/1, that Wildfire means that there could be 2 triggers next turn.
I mean, at this
all
point,
of a sudden, almost down to half the life total.
It's scary. I'm just wondering what you discard here from Ben. It's a really tough decision. I think the Broken Wings is probably a safe discard, and I think the Forest might be the other one, because we could still conceivably use a landfall trigger plus the Rabid Bite to take out a flyer that we're worried about, as well as anything else that gets in the way.
I think you're right, Travis. The Broken Wings, especially because it's so... Wow, Ben really valuing that Broken Wings.
I can respect it. I can understand it because anything that he's going to want to kill anyway is going to have flying. I don't imagine he's going to use the Rabid Bite on anything that's on the ground. So you may as well have the guarantee of this will kill the thing that I need to kill instead of wanting to make sure that you hit a land drop and still have a creature in play.
So Cascade Seer comes down on blocking duty for Legend VD. And here we go. This is the play that we've seen Ben make over and over again in today's tournament, using Cleansing Wildfire to enable more than 1 landfall trigger, especially when you draw the land off the cycle effect.
Just casual 7 damage from a 3-drop, no big deal.
Legend VD is down to 9. You're a Ben Stark fan. He's very close to taking home the championship here.
Yeah, now he looks like a genius for keeping that Broken Wings, which is easy to understand. The guy's a genius at Limited.
And just with a lonely Cascadia staring down a lot of damage. That's the 6th hand drop as well, if you're counting for purposes of Scoot Swarm.
It's really unreasonable to block the swarm here. Like you could try it, but you kind of need to block the big thing and get it off the table if you want any more time.
Right, you can't go to 1 with this many 1/1s, right? Like,
I don't think so. I think that's absurd because like we don't even have the mana to top deck Verdict and get there. We would need 2 cards to get back into the game.
right, there would be. I'm not even sure that there is a sequence of draws that would get Legend back from 1.
I don't know if there's a sequence of draws that'll get him back from 3.
Okay, so he has 6 mana available this turn. So he can play the Cleric, bounce a creature, go to 1. No, go to 0.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
You could play the Cleric, play the Diviner, go to 0. Is this it?
Yeah, I think this is just game over, man.
The Legend really racking his brains, probably looking at the deck list right now, seeing, thinking, what could I possibly draw to get out of this one? But I don't really think that there is anything.
And pretty heads up play from Ben on.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, we're sitting here thinking there's no way that Legend can have the Wrath spell. Ben's thinking, what if they've been sandbagging the swamp the whole time, waiting to get me when I run out of cards? So that's why he didn't play out the Ambusher last turn. Like, that's a level of caution that I think was very well warranted here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben holding that back as, potentially the post-sweeper threat. But now there's just 2 mana up for Legend, and there's still some cards in the deck that Ben has to be aware of. There's Chilling Trap. There's potentially a Subtle Strike out of the sideboard. But
that Stomper's looking really good here. Like, you've got the question, do you want more bugs now? Do you want to just cast these later? Ben has really put on a clinic for us today at how to be successful in Zendikar Rising draft.
We know that all Ben has to do is hit spacebar a number of times and get that attack all going. But Ben just thinking all the time, and I've watched his stream a lot, and I know he's just thinking, how could I possibly lose? What's the 1 or maybe the 2 cards that could make me lose from this position? You've really got to respect that level of attention to detail.
And commitment. Like, I tend to play worse when I'm ahead than I do when I'm behind. And like, taking the time to think through it has worked out very well for Ben today.
And that is going to do it. Ben Stark takes down this match, the match against Legend VD in the grand finals here. And because it was best of 3 matches, but because Ben Stark came in through that upper bracket, it means that he was already up a match in that. So congratulations to Ben Stark for taking down the first ever LFM draft streamer showdown. Wow, Travis, we watched Ben draft that deck from the first thing this morning, and he's taken it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Like, that was a very careful, calculated draft. He was drafting open. He was paying attention to signals. He watched what he sent, and he drafted, like I think I called it then, this was a 10 out of 10 for the deck that he could have drafted at that seat. That's what that seat wanted to draft. He found it and took it all the way through.
And hopefully we're going to be able to bring Ben on for an interview. Let's see whether we can get that sorted out. Just check with our production team, but yeah, we're gonna cut to a quick break, but really don't go anywhere, because we are gonna pick Ben Stark's brains on how he got to this point in his tournament, so you don't want to miss that. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the LFM Streamer Showdown. We are sitting down with winner of the first draft edition of the Streamer Showdown, Ben Stark. Ben, congratulations.
Hey, thanks.
How do you feel about your deck today?
My deck was good. I thought Floopy actually had the best deck. I looked at all the deck lists once we started showing them, and her deck looked incredible with Leyline Tyrant and 3 Royal Eruptions and a Mace and a great Black-Red Party. But after her deck, I thought me and Legend had like the next best decks. So I wasn't super surprised to play Legend in the finals. Had a little bit more to do towards the end, he would have won. I thought it was like a really tight match, but I think like our decks were pretty close and how good they were. I actually think it's probably a good matchup for him with so much hard removal against my big green monsters. Plus he had a lot of card drawing, and my deck was really powerful but not really fast, and I didn't really have stuff that punished control very well. I think I got kind of lucky to sneak out the wins with Scoot Swarm, to be honest.
And so in terms of the draft itself, because we watched you draft first thing this morning as our featured drafter, and you first picked that Silath, but then you were very careful to stay open and green. What were your thought processes in the first couple of packs in terms of what you thought everyone else would run?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It was an interesting draft. So when I first picked Phylath, I'm thinking to myself, like, this is possibly the #1 best card in the set, certainly way up there. Like, I really want to use it, but it's highly splashable. So I view it mostly as a green card. And like Reclaim the Waste and Roiling Regrowth. It's not that easy to splash into like a red-black deck in this format. I'm not saying Phylath's not worth it, but it's just not easy to do. Whereas it's very easy to splash into a green deck. So I was looking to play green and green-red if that's what I saw, but I would be just as happy to play green-black or green-blue or whatever because I know I can just play Phylath as a late game win condition and play like a mountain or two, and it's super easy to splash. So the way the draft went, like the Rabid Bite second was like a really clear pick because I wanted to play green. It's the best green common. I'm following up Phylath, possibly the best card in the set. Third pick, I had like an interesting decision. Then there was like Deadly Alliance, I think, and like a weaker green card or something. Oh no, sorry. Second pick was the Florahedron, I think, and then the third pick was Rabid Bite or Deadly Alliance. And I'm not 100% on the order of the Florahedron and the Rabid Bite, but either way, I got one of them second. I think Florahedron second, and then third was Deadly Alliance and Rabid Bite. And so then it's like Deadly Alliance is a lot better than Rabid Bite. Like if you end up green-black, Deadly Alliance is way better. Deadly Alliance is also really splashable. So if I end up green-red, I can just splash Deadly Alliance. So that was the first really hard pick of the draft for me. But I ended up taking the Rabid Bite because I really wanted to solidify myself in green. The Florahedron's not really a great splash. And Phylath, like I said, made me really want to play green. And then after that, I basically just tried to prioritize green cards while finding whatever second color was open. And basically the whole rest of the draft, I felt like I got hit in the face with green. Like I thought I might be the only green drafter in the table. I saw another Rabid Bite like 6. I even saw another Rabid Bite after that, or that I took an Gnarled Colony over because I just had so many Rabid Bites and not that much creatures to fight with. And like I was like tabling Canopy Ballaths. I was getting side cats like 7th, 8th, 9th pick. So I kind of felt like green was wide open, and then I was just looking for the draft to send me into a second color. If I opened Roost, I would have went blue. If I opened a broken black rare, I would have went black. But that never happened, and I never felt like I was seeing any consistent second color at all. So then in the end, I was like, okay, well, I might as well just play the red-green then, since I happen to have the Phylath and this GOP. I was never going to not use the Phylath. I was just going to play blue-green splash Phylath or green-black splash Phylath. It's a single red to cast late-game card. But basically, I was staying my focus in late pack 1 and most of pack 2 was like, I'm 100% going to play green, so I'm going to prioritize green cards, and then I will let the draft send me a second color, just whatever's open, whatever's coming late. And then nothing. I took that one Lol Mages Familiar mid-pack 2, but then I saw no more blue, and then I didn't open Roost in pack 3 or get past it. I didn't even see like late Cunning Geyser Mages or anything. So basically, I just like ended up green-red almost by default, just because I was like almost mono green and I didn't really get a second color.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say you ended up there almost by default, because I think some of the red cards that you chose to play were some of the more interesting ones. Cleansing Wildfire, you put 2 copies in the main deck, and you use them time and time again to enable multiple landfall triggers. And I think a lot of people wouldn't necessarily see that this card has so much utility in that sense.
Yeah, well, because Cleansing Wildfire, it's not really playable outside of landfall. But if you are landfall, it's not like some great card. Like, I wasn't taking them aggressively during the drafts or anything. But it's fine. Like, if you're a green-red landfall deck, you should almost never be cutting a Cleansing Wildfire from your deck, nor should you be drafting it aggressively. It's just a solid playable. If you imagine it puts 1 counter on a side cat, it's 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on your creature, can't be like fizzled if they kill the creature in response or something, draw a card. And if you draw 2 mountains and no forest, it can fix and go get your other color. Like, so, and obviously sometimes you have 2 or 3 landfall creatures out. So like basically it's just, a solid playable for red-green landfall. Not some good card. Like, I don't want anybody out there watching to be like, oh, I'm red-green, let me second pick Cleansing Wildfire. You know what I mean? Like, but also it's just like a 21st card for a red-green deck. Like, it's not, it's not really like, it's not like my deck wasn't lacking. That's not why I played it, because I didn't have enough playables or something. It's just like, a fine 7th pick quality type card for a red-green landfall deck, but it's not playable really in like other red archetypes.
How much does it change your gameplay decisions with the open deck lists and being able to kind of peek and see exactly what the opponent has over there? It kind of condenses the limited format down to just your deck and their deck.
Yeah, that definitely changes things strategically. We've been doing a lot of open deck lists, like in the Mythic Championships and the Pro Tours and whatnot for the past couple of years. And look, Magic's Magic no matter what. But like, when you know what your opponent has and what you're expecting them to do, and you know that they know what you have and stuff like that, there becomes a lot of different strategy that you don't really like have when you're just doing like open play on the ladder or things like that, where like you just have no idea what cards are even. Well, I mean, you have an idea, but you're guessing as to what's in your opponent's deck and sideboard, and you're guessing as to what they're going to do. When you have open lists, you know like which tricks they have and which tricks they don't. You know what sideboard cards they have. Like, for example, in the finals, Legend had like 2 Merfolk Falconers and 2 Diviners, Umara Wizard, and like almost no creatures. Like, he had like 10 total creatures. So Broken Wings is awesome against him. So of course I'm going to board it in because I saw his list. But also he knows that I have the Broken Wings that I'm boarding it in. So he may want to plan for that by boarding in like more card drawing. I mean, he's not going to board out those cards, but like he may want to expect that his 5-drop flyer might die, and he might need to have more follow-up than he would if against a red-green deck otherwise. You end up with a lot of layers of strategy that are like different kind of from closed list Magic, when you know exactly what your opponent has and you know that they know exactly what you have.
Talking of different strategy, tell us a little bit about Wayward Guide Beast and why you chose to bring that in this time.
Yeah, so Wayward Guide Beast is pretty bad. I'm red-green landfall, and I didn't play the card in my main. The reason for that is because if it had the activated ability like pay 1 to bounce a land, that would be a useful card for red-green landfall, but you have to connect with it to bounce a land. So it's hard to do that with a 2/2 in the late game. And you don't want to bounce lands in the early game. Even if you're a landfall deck, you're not looking to bounce lands on turn 1 through 4. But bouncing lands every turn from turn like 6 on as a landfall deck is a positive. It is a good thing. So the reason I would never play Wayward Beast in the main is because usually you just can't get it through when you want to later in the game. And then in the early game, you can't attack with it. It's useless. But Legend specifically had like a 10 creature blue-black. I've got 4 Rabid Bites and a Broken Wings. So he's going to have no creature. Another of his creatures were small. I don't know how many creatures he has that actually blank Wayward Beast. 2 Falconers, Umara Wizard, if he plays it as a creature. Like, that's it. The Chill Depths, 1/3, can like block it and they bounce. His other creatures were like a Royal Mage, a Skulker, 2 Diviners. Those all just trade with it. So basically, he was almost never going to be able to blank it. And then in addition to that, the matchup's super grindy. So I wanted to have like a haste creature that I could follow up Shadow's Verdict with, or like him tapping 6 for field research or whatever, and not only hit with haste, but also pick up my land spell modals, because I had 4 decent land spell modals. And even if not that, just, pick up lands to put counters on my side cats in the late game, or get my Scoot Swarm going in the late game. And I especially thought of that after I saw he boarded in the Mind Drain in the first match, because if he's going to try and mind drain those extra lands out of my hand in the middle to the late game, then the Wayward Beast can be something to let me pick up the lands in play and replay them to trigger my landfall stuff.
Wow. We were talking a lot about this decision to bring in Guy Beast, and it's just great to hear straight from the source.
To be clear to everybody out there, you do not want to board that card in very often. Like, I don't even normally board that in against like blue-black or something, because they're rogues, they're just going to block it and whatever. But he had like a blue-black control with like an expensive sorcery speed sweeper, 2 field researchers and a plunder, a bunch of expensive removal, and very few creatures. So I felt like this was the time to have a haste creature, because it would just be able to get through when I wanted it to, most likely, since he had so few creatures and so many spells. He wasn't gonna blanket like most, even decks you envision as control decks in Limited. They still generally have more creatures than he did and bigger ones. So like they're still gonna blanket, but like his deck just wasn't. So I felt like this was the right time for it.
All right. Well, I mean, great stuff, Ben. Congratulations once again for taking down the first draft streamer showdown. And I know you played in a few of these streamer events. And are you hoping, like the rest of us, for more limited tournaments?
Oh, totally. Thank you to you guys for putting this on. I mean, it's really sad to me that like we see all the best players in the world playing standard against each other via league play and stuff, and not drafting. I mean, I don't think I'm alone on this opinion. I know I'm biased. Like, obviously, I love draft. It's all I stream and everything like that. But I think most pros would say it is more strategic and hard skill testing than in-game play and standard. So having all the best players in the world play against each other in nothing but standard, to me, is just really sad. Like, I hope that, WotC will start supporting a more high-level limited again. And I'm glad to see you guys doing it. I really appreciate you inviting me to this. And hopefully there'll be more of these from you guys and from everybody else. I mean, there's nothing better than the booster draft with great players.
Agree.
I think, I was going to say, I think Travis and I are 100% with you there. Well, thank you so much for joining us again. Congratulations for taking it down, Ben. And if you are watching this, we hopefully will be bringing you more of these limited events, because today has been excellent. But until then, it's going to be goodbye from myself and Travis. You can find us on Twitter. The links are on the page. Ben obviously needs no introduction, but I'm sure you can find him on his Twitch channel and on Twitter as well. Travis, any last thoughts?
That was a blast. I hope that we get more competitive limited formats. They're fun to watch. They're fun to play in. They're fun to cast. Like, getting to see the best players in the world draft the current set in best of 3. Like, what a time to be alive. Just give me more of this.
I always tell people on my stream, if you had told me when I was 14 that 1,000 people would like watch me draft over the internet, I would have fainted on the spot. I just wouldn't even have like believed it. I would have just dropped and hit the floor.
I mean, it's the same for me. If you told me when I started playing Magic that I'd be casting events and having Hall of Famers on to interview, I would also have laughed in your face. But here we are. This is the world that we live in now. And we hope to see all of you, all of our lovely viewers, at more of these events. And thank you so much for everybody involved. Thank you to Degrees of Madness for sponsoring this event. Thank you to the Looking for More Network, and of course to Jana, who has really put in all of the work to make this event possible. Huge props to her, the production team, everybody behind the scenes. Thanks to all of you, and I hope everybody has a lovely rest of their weekend, a lovely festive season, and we will see you next time.